Good evening and welcome. So it is Sunday and I have forgotten to update the schedule for next week. Sorry about that. We're going to do something next week. That's the plan. Don't worry. We'll start by recovering the miserable situation yesterday. We ended up in last time for Icarus, and then we'll do Terra Nil on Tuesday and onwards. And Friday will be Darkest Dungeon, and then that's going to be it. So, but today you hear that familiar sound of Factorio in the background. So, what am I playing today? Well, the last two Sundays, I wasn't really very happy with my Factorio play, and I wasn't really enjoying very much. If you were here, then you noticed that it was not like the greatest of experiences. And the reason why it wasn't so great was not because the game is not great, and it was more it was the part that the way of playing Factorio, that mission in the story missions was leaning to, was just very intense. So it was very much focused on teching and defending and repelling biters and just scrapping things and metagaming. Also how to sort of avoid the triggers and play around them and that kind of thing. It wasn't really very it wasn't very enjoyable for me, because I ended up both times just spending 4 hours just staring around the screen and just working intensely on the game. And when I play Factorio, or when I stream in general, what I really enjoy is the conversation, the interaction, the sort of discussion, that kind of thing. And last two times, honestly, it was mainly like the only thing that came in chat was like, oh, build this, or hurry up and do this, or why don't you just do this? And that's not really particularly interesting for either of us. So I was like, it's not Factorio that I don't want, it's this setup. It's like a bit of a Death World setup. It's not that is enjoyable for me. So I was like, what would I want? I would want something like that's fundamentally different, like just sitting there and designing and building cool things, and just like that's the part we've really enjoyed with Factorio, like just going all in on design work. And so I was thinking, yeah, but was there anything that I wanted to do that I haven't done in Factorio? And there's still one thing that comes back to me that I kind of feel is something that, I don't know, I wouldn't say you'd expect it from me, but it's certainly in line with my style of playing, and that's using the recursive blueprint. I have used recursive blueprint before, and if you don't know what it is, it's basically a very simple mod that allows you to stamp down blueprints using circuit network controls. That's pretty damn cool. Which means you can make circuit controls that trigger blueprints, and that means you can do a self-replicating base. I did my trailer for season 8. 5 years ago was a little 2.5 minute video that was completely automated, super cool. I'm still like amazed at how well it actually worked. Just basically, you can watch it somewhere in the, if you watch my channel update from Friday, you can see it in there. That's where it's sort of running in the background during me talking about this series. So it's going to be an interesting idea. I am aware that Grey Goo has done something like this, but I also took the opportunity to watch those again, the Grey Goo videos. They're impressive, there's no doubt, and I don't think I can do something as impressive, but I want to do something different. Like, if we look at that base, that was focused on expanding and mining, and that was basically the expansion was for the sake of expansion. It was just like going in a spiral loop and just expanding, and then when it had resources enough, it'll just start expanding to the next, which is cool. But I'd like to build a base that built itself. Like the idea of having a base that is sort of built itself, because I have so many good blueprints that kind of does everything in Factorio. So if these can sort of be pieced together in a way that we can now have the base build itself, man, wouldn't that be awesome, right? And I think that would be a really cool thing, and it would kind of be like the final masterpiece on playing Factorio. Just going like, okay, I'm done playing Factorio, now Factorio is playing itself. Wouldn't that be I think that would be like, yeah, the piece de resistance. I think that would be what you'd call it. I don't know if it's possible. I mean, I know it's technically possible, but I don't know if it's possible for me because of several factors. 3 factors, let's say that. One is internal in me. Am I clever enough to do this? I don't know. The second one is also internal to me. Is it fun to do this? Because it might get frustrating or too difficult. Well, too difficult is the first one. Not fun is the second one. And the third one is, are you enjoying it? Because if we get to a point where it becomes so technical that there are only like 3 people in chat that goes like, oh, no, this function and they're called, and everyone else goes like, then it stops being fun. And so those are the sort of 3 stop criteria for this. And until we reach either of those stop criteria, we are going to be pushing forward. So that's kind of the idea of this. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we're going to do it, just catching a little bit up on a few comments in stream. While I'm reading, let me know what you think of this idea. All right, so Seeth Karath, the first time chatter. I followed your Twitch a while back. The first time actually watching, and also the first time you're actually chatting. So welcome, and good evening, Tomman. Isolde, you saw channel update. Just to say that using the kittens as clickbait is mean, cheating, and adorable. Cool, it worked then. Little content creatures. I'm surprised nobody tried to do that logic in my industry. Yeah, but I don't know. Probably because it's the biggest nerds get attracted to Factorio, and it's still something that only very, very few people can actually do. Like I don't know how many. I remember that Dave Max something. I don't know. He did the Micro Factory, which is also recursive blueprint, and then of course Nifty Maniac did with the Grey Goo. And I don't know, probably some other hunts have done it. I've done it with a solar panel glider. Basically, it's actually going to be a glider from Conway's Game of Life. So it's going to be like sort of moving forward. Well, actually, I'm not going to make a glider. Someone also recently did something where they wanted to sort of find their way to the edge of the map by just replicating outwards. So that's also something. But it's not simple, and that's going to be coming into the next part about this. Not so sure they were happy to be used for commercial purposes. Well, I mean, they gotta earn their living, right? They need to earn their keep. That's how it is. Good evening. May you to be stacked with enough, well stacked with enough fish. I hope not. It sounds like a fun challenge, and love that you return to Factorio in a new way. Cool. Right. So let's talk a little bit about some of the challenges about this and how we want to get started, because I'm looking at this not only as a Factorio project but also as a big IT project. So how do we approach a big abstract IT project where the goal is really abstract? Like, obviously the goal is to have a self-replicating factory, or not self-replicating, self-expanding factory. I think that's more like it. And that is a really abstract goal, and which is a typical thing. And then you go like, oh, please estimate. Like, I don't know what I'm estimating. 1,000 hours. Like, is it going to be PowerPoint? No, but if you don't behave, that's going to be Jira. So that's a threat. And then I require you all to log into Jira and mark test cases and just follow up on that. No, but in Jira, well, I might. So if you have like a big abstract IT project, and this is something that I want to do, and the dedicated Jira for your project. I do have a dedicated Jira. I have a Jira license, so I can set it up in no point. But I'm gonna generate a Confluence space for it, maybe between sessions, or maybe while we get this. Threaten my private life. Do not threaten me with a good time. That's what you meant. You meant to say do not threaten me with a good time. Because that is a good time, right? Anyway, so when you look at a big IT project like this, or any project for that matter, of like building an extension to your house, you have to figure out, well, maybe not building an extension to your house, that's a bad example. But in this case, we're going to use some breakdown structures to break down into manageable chunks. We're going to be setting up some limitations and assumptions so that we can get started without getting overwhelmed by all of it. Then we're going to be working on prototyping. We're going to be working on a minimum viable product so we can get like staged deliveries of building something that does something, and then see a small success, because there's no point in sort of just having a screen full of circuit networks and that just controls a lot of logic, but nothing happens. We want to be able to sort of also make it a little bit of a playthrough and see something. So we want to sort of iterate and build something, and then just imagine, I'm imagining we'll do some design work, and then we'll be, we'll do some design work, and then we'll be expanding out as well. So complicated, and I hit some limitations. I cannot find a way past. Looking forward to this. Oh, interesting. States for in development and in testing. Yeah, we only have one environment. That's going to be our test/production environment. But you know, we still have save states, so we can always just come back, and that's kind of the same as having multiple environments, because we're going to be going out, and then we're going to be rolling back to a previous, when we sort of see, yeah, okay, that was just for testing, then we roll back and then continue down the main path, right? So it's point in time recovery. Yes. Okay, point in time. See, I knew I just had to sort of deliberately insert some incorrect nomenclature that we can then draw out, Jeff. But the point is that what role are you going to be playing? You're going to be helping me, because I'm not smart enough to do this myself. And there'll be some core parts of this that will be really difficult. Hey, Freak, one of our longest surviving members of the Darkest Dungeon crew. Thank you for the 34 months of tier 2. Appreciate it. I always wanted to build a two-phase base, a minimalistic starter base that works up to a minimum requirement to get bots and logistics, and then transition into a full bot run mega base. Never got that far, no. Yeah, so, and welcome, Guy in the Cube. Good evening. D&D, DD2 character still alive? Yes, of course, because you're the highwayman. You're the most important character. Nearest classic base design has 3 phases: jumpstart, starter base, and then mega base. So I have some initial thoughts, and those I should probably put into writing somewhere, but I don't know how much I want to do that during the stream. I'll just have to figure out how technical I want to do this. But I've been thinking a bit about some limitations and sort of some assumptions and limitations. Some things that I'm going to be like, okay, these are things that are just bounding the whole problem. And first of all, I'll be building this in creative mode. So I'm not going to be building up a base and killing biters and that kind of thing. I'm going to build in creative mode because there's no point in doing it the other thing. The other thing, you've seen that in my story missions, we can build up to have some kind of base, and then once you have the base, then we can start. There's no point for me to build 20, 30 hours on building a base and then go like, wow, now we can get started. There's just no point. So we're going to be working in creative mode, because then we can easier just build what we want, instead of sort of like, okay, now we need to find more iron, find more things. So that's the first thing, is we're going to use creative mode. Then the second one is that I am initially, this is a starting limitation that I'd like to add as a feature later on, but for now I'm just cutting it out. It's kind of a part of the creative mode, but I'm also just going to be no resource constraints. No resource, let's see, no mining or pumping, right? because that's really complicated. That is something that is working in a completely different way, where you need to scan and find and then figure out some kind of pattern that you can overlay that is sort of self-supporting and can self-filter, and it's super complicated, and it's just something that I'd like to add at some point. So that's something I'm going to be taking out. What about power? Initially, I will be... Okay, so I'm going to say that's an initial... yeah. And then another initial is we're also not going to care about power, but that's going to be a less important one. Urtulag, thank you for the 2 years, almost 3 years, almost 2 years. Thank you so much. To get something in game, task list or to-do list mod. Yeah, we can do something like that. Right now I'm just like brainstorming here, but let's get those things in game at least to start with. Microcontroller mod or the plain combinators. Plain combinators. That's my intention. I don't know any of the microcontroller mods, so I'm gonna go with recursive blueprints and that. But I might end up changing it. But I just don't want to be in a position where it feels like it's a modded playthrough, right? I want this to be something that you can see, oh, this is actually just a normal base, and that's kind of important. Yeah, so power will also initially be something that we don't want, but it's something that we can easily add later on, like, I don't know, somehow figuring out when the accumulator level is below something, then the next block, city block, obviously. Maybe I should put that in city blocks. City blocks and train logistics and construction with robots. That is my intention. Construction with robots, single robo network. There, that's my intention. I want to have a single robo network so that I start in the middle, and then when I decide to stamp down a new blueprint, then it flies to that location, and then they just perpetuate out there, build the stuff, come back again. Gleorek, thank you for the subscription. Yay, Factorio, have a good one. Thank you. It's called vanilla. Well, it's gonna be, like, the only thing that will be sort of non-vanilla, it will be the fact that you can stamp down blueprints with circuits, and that's a small thing. I mean, it's a massive change of functionality, but it is sort of, all the buildings are the same. But if you start adding new buildings, then it goes like, oh, what's that building? Oh, that building just I don't know, identifies and builds and something. I go like, well, yeah. I think that my biggest challenge in this thing, and this is something that I would call upon someone smarter than me, not all of you at once, okay, but that is going to be having like a main loop. How to design a good main loop, because at some point we'll have like a main loop that goes, do we have enough resources? If yes, go on. Do we have enough power? If yes, go on. Do we have enough green circuits? Yeah, yes. Do we have enough? And then at some point it'll go like, no, we don't have enough of this, based on sort of feedback from the base. And then it'll go like, okay, if this is a no, break out of the loop, go to that function that says stamp down this particular blueprint at this point, and then go back. So I think that there's definitely, that's going to be probably the hardest part for me, to build that for loop that runs through, and then figure out if, when you complete something, do you continue down the list or do you skip to the top again always. Combinators work in parallel though, not in loops. Well, that's not actually true. You can make them work in a loop by having a counter, basically having a counter and then just counting from 1 to 20, and then when it goes 1, then it checks this, 2, then it checks this. Or you can actually have it just go into 1 and then execute that loop, and then once that check is done, you increment the main loop by 1, and then that goes to the next loop. And if you, yeah, so the way I'm thinking it right now is that you have your main loop, and then it'll start at n equal 1. N equal 1 is, do we have enough power? So there's a check for, do we have enough power? If that comes out as yes, then you just say n equal 2 and sort of go on to the next part in the for loop. If it is not, then you execute the code in order to stamp down a power city block, and then you sort of set n equals 0, so it restarts the loop. Something along those lines, right? And that's kind of how I'm thinking about recursive blueprint and creative mode. Those will be the core ones. I'll learn a bit about the circuits. Yeah. So main challenge is, I think that's going to be building this central logic loop, I think, and then also sort of being able to sort of, I think another thing is like breakpoints. That absolutely has to be a thing. I must be able to execute a code and then stop it at some specific point. I have no idea how to do that, but we'll figure out. Then let's start by talking a bit about what is going to be the first thing I want to do. I think the first thing I want to do in order for us to just get started is simply having and it's probably going to take a long time. It's probably going to take way longer time than is reasonable, but I want to, first we're going to have like a city block that has everything. Like this is where we have our robots, this is where we have our infinite chests, that kind of thing. And then that's going to be centered. Then we're going to build a loop that can identify how to do like a spiral. And I don't really know how to do this, and we're going to have to figure out. That's going to be the first thing, because when we can then just identify this part, then we can multiply it up and then have it sort of build a city block, and then wait until it's complete, build another city block, wait until complete, build another city block, wait until complete, and so on and so forth, right? That's the plan. Efficient box. Hello, Macmorel. I think I'm going to use the push button. So that's going to be our first thing, because that's also, well, that's my idea for the first thing, because it'll get us something. It'll get us sort of the structure. It'll be like, okay, we can now just let it go and then see like it does something. All right, cool. Then we can sort of build a little loop that does this, and then yeah, that's, I think somebody needs to design a circuit demonstrating a state machine. Yes, please. I would be happy to import that blueprint. I know that I need to learn a hell of a lot, or relearn a lot of things, because like symbol counters and memory cells and SR latches, XOR gates, all those things that I know you can build pretty simple. I can't remember them. So, and I can't even remember how they work. So that's going to be all that stuff. We just learn it together, because I feel that, okay, I could do some homework on it, or I could just take that as part of the content that we'll learn this together. And then the idea is that eventually, when we get a little bit of the way, I can make a little YouTube video showcasing the progress. We can continue. I can make another one, and let's see. Okay, probably some sort of assist on monitoring logic. Also maybe some distinction between potential versus actual production. Yeah. Yeah, now you said this hysteresis. Is that where things just flicker between values? Because that's something that's gonna happen in Factorio. So step one, make all the city blocks so you have your blueprint. Guess it's gonna be a square city block. City grid. Yes. Well, not really, but I want to make I want to make that logic because that's something we can tangibly see that here is something. And we're not even going to start by stamping blueprints because I need to be able to, if we start by stamping down a city block, then that's a lot of space and a lot of things. The first thing we need to do is build the loop. Build that little loop that can iterate in a spiral. And then once we have that, we're going to be attaching that to figure out how to do offsets so that we can actually stamp blueprint down at the correct locations. That's going to be the first thing. Memory. Basically the next state of the function of the prior state and other inputs. Okay, let's see. And by all means, teach me. But yeah, but nothing. But just every time you go like, I thought this guy was smart. Then think about, I've been a manager for 15 years. A lot of my smartness has decayed. Also, I'm old, so that's another 50% of my smartness that has decayed as well. So I'm pretty sure as a 25-year-old, when I was coding at MIT, was it 25? Yeah, I was 25. I was when I learned C++ in a week because I said that I could do it and I couldn't, and then my postdoc was saying, cool, then rewrite the program you spent half a year on in C++ for next Wednesday. And I was like, sure. Fuck. So I had to learn C++ and rewrite a half a year's work in a week. Welcome to MIT. So yeah, it's there to prevent the flickering perceived values alert. Yeah, yes, yeah. I'm imagining a place where when you run through that main loop, you go into it and then you check, and if it's going to be a yes, then you execute the program. If it's no, then you break back out to the main loop and continue to the next. So it won't be like many things that flicker back and forth and go like, oh, okay, now we need power, now we need green circuits, and then it'll start doing multiple things. I want to make absolutely sure that it does one thing and we just have lights to sort of iterate through it. I feel that's super important. People can't learn C++ in 20 years. Yeah, so the thing is, I learned a lot, but I was like, pointers, I don't fucking get it. I just don't get it. Screw pointers. I don't need to bother with that. I can kind of use pointers, and by the end of my master thesis, I had a problem. Some of the cases for my algorithms run, they just didn't work very well, and I couldn't figure it out. And I was like, then I realized C++ requires you to clean up the memory allocation. So I was just having pointers to all sorts of things, and I just bloated memory, and it was 2 weeks until delivery, and I was like, I can't learn this. I don't know what I do, because now some of my test cases are just giving bad results because the test cases are too big for my 2 gigabyte RAM monster PC. I was like, fuck it, I'll buy more RAM. I can't code my way out of it. I'll Moore's law out of it. So that was how we solved that problem with 2 weeks left of the report writing. You're like, nope, I am not going to be learning new things. That's too late for me to learn new things. And that's how we are throwing hardware at a software problem. Exactly. I could be definitely not an uncommon sight in the real world. So yeah, pro move. So anyway, let's try to. So that's basically your world-class game dev. Yeah, just bump up the requirements, right? Yeah. So I'm kind of. I felt bad about it as an academic, but after many years in the industry, I was like, I understood how the world works. Let's see. So first things first, we are going to figure out what mods we're going to use. Creative mode, isn't there one called creative mode? Creative mode, editor extension. That's the one I usually. I was like, I couldn't remember what it was. Isn't it? Yes, editor extension. That's the one I use. Also want the one that's called push button. Ooh, I want to see something. Story. Mission. Oh, it's not trending. Oh. It's trending. I think it must have trended high and then trending down now again. I assume that it got a little bit of a boost. Recursive. And then there was Recursive Plus. I looked into this one and... incompatible with these one. Okay, so it's either Recursive Blueprint. When was this one? A year ago. And then there is a fork of this with some extra small features. I think that's the one we want. You want the Recursive Plus? Yes. And let's see. What else do we want? Push button. Rate calculator. We eventually want that. We'll also want the calculator. Editor extension. That was the one we wanted, right? Didn't I click that? And that requires the Factorio library. What is the difference between standard library, models, high quality? Okay, well, Factorio standard. Someone will say. Nixie tubes. Yeah, Nixie tubes used to be super hard on. I want like signs. What is it? Someone mentioned one that's signed. Yeah, don't worry, Zolda. We'll get into something. What does push buttons do? It's basically a what is it? What are they called? A combinator that when you push it, it turns on or off. So you can basically have it like a signal, and you press it, then it sends a signal out. Pretty good. No, text plates is writing text, but I something that sort of overlays that doesn't use tiles for a building. Like, isn't there a signed one? Wow, Ghost on Water. Yeah, we'll do something else. Oh yeah, that's a good thing on constraints. No water, no cliffs. There. Are you that beautiful? What? Are you that beautiful kind of blueprint designer that includes an on-off button? Yes. All right, so if someone can help me find what we're looking for, then that would be cool. F-flip. I think I have that one. What's this one now? Good. I'll do that. I know there's one called signed, but if I look at my 5-year-old video, I see there's one where it says "press me," and I that's the mod I'm looking for. One that just writes little yellow text overlaid on things. And by the way, I'm not in any kind of sort of rush to get this done, so we'll just take it nice and quiet, nice and silent. Sign. Yeah, there's a million signs. Emoji signals. That's not probably really what we want. We could get Nixie tubes. Nine months ago, seems good. How do we get rid of that low space on Steam? I have no idea. If you know, let me know. If you figure it out, let me know. Because I get it all the time. Every time. And it's just like, fuck it, I'm not relying on it. I know too. Okay, so... Was there an UPS friendly Nixie tube? Oh, right, really. Yeah, let's get that one instead. Okay, let's get that one. Then get Nixie tubes off again. All you have to delete your save games, and so they don't try and sync them. Yeah, but that's not happening. All right, so no one knows anything for making signs, right? Display plates? No. No, it's not text plates because text plates need tiles to build. So if you want to write like an actual description of a function, then it's going to take a half a city block just to write it. I need something that's like click, open, write some text, and then it kind of hovers there. I know it exists, but I don't know where. It's also used in Nifty Maniacs. He also has these lines written on what the code does. So can you just misuse the intersection? I could, but that would be awful because they also take a 2x2 space and they are not great. So it's just that I know there's a blue, there is one. Display plates? No, it's not it. All right, I don't know. Signposts. No? Doesn't seem to be anything called that. All right, we'll have to live without it. That's something I'd like to get some help with. So if anyone can, are there any recommended mods for beginner Factorio player? Yes. Don't play with mods. Play it without mods to start with. Signposts. It's not there. It's it must be maybe older version. What's my favorite seed to use? I don't have a favorite seed. Create a spike in Jira. Yes, I'm gonna create Inspire. So no need for squeak through. That's correct. Do I have squeak through? No, it's not there. Oh, GVC. Oh, it's dead. It's dead. It's so sad. It's the saddest thing when I realized it was dead. No water, no trees, no cliffs. Enemies? No enemies. Oh yeah. Always. Not that it matters. Pollution? No pollution. No need. Anything else that needs to be clicked? Please don't care. That seems so weird. This is going to be a really difficult map to play under normal circumstances. There we go. Use cheat. Okay, these things are still Control Alt E. Ah. There you go. Now it comes up with this. There we go. We want to find number one by one, right? Fnay. Yeah, we don't fnay nothing here. S58 episode. Is it episode 00? That's the start. Good. Good evening, Everlist. Good to see you. Holographic science is not what I'm looking for. So, now what? Well, we're going to start to build some of these... whoops, what the hell? Some of these magical things to start with. First, we're going to make a power station. Whoop. Whoops. And... I'm just trying to sort of figure out. We're going to have a super thing here. And we're going to have some super robot. Probably not the best way to do that. We are going to infinite active provider. Hey, Jack Benton, thank you for the 36 months, 3 years. Just wanted to hear you say FNAY. Exactly. I know it. Okay, so infinite storage, just infinite active. This is the infinite.
Illustrious champion returns.
I think these are the ones we want.
Home.
Matcha, thank you for the 28 months. And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Let's also get one of these. And anything else we kind of feel we want? And don't know if I...
More
no, I can just
gather.
do... Woo! Gynacube!
More shall enter the fray.
By the way, Gynacube, do you have a YouTube channel?
Illustrious champion returns.
And that was thank you so much. The 20 gift subs from Gynacube and Magmarel joining in with a tier 3 sub for 19 months. Thank you so much. And Dark Helmet with 46 months. And Fry Guy, good to see you as well with 50 months. Absolutely amazing. And that's a tier 3 for 50 months. Longest.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Fry Guy,
welcome home.
I think you're the... Yeah, you're the Templar of the Past who's been around for the longest. And then Just Too Nasty comes in and says, what about me? Yes, you're number 2. Just Too Nasty is number 2. And... or is it actually... or Simple Code Rider might also be up there, right? And PTTR joining in. Oh, we're already halfway towards a level 3. And of course, as usual, if we get to level 5, we add another hour to the stream. Good. So... we are going to just go...
More shall gather.
Everlist, thank you so much for that
fray.
generous 20 gifts up. Ooh, we are speedrunning. We're speedrunning today for sure. What does that give us? That gives us maybe midway through... Everlist is definitely back. Yep. Not the... Return of Factorio. Well, we were sort of also there. Hello, Paranoid Snow. Good evening. Just in time. And Osiris, thank you for 12 months. And Eldarix, thank you for 15 months. And SNG, thank you for tier 2 for 26 months. Oh, this is amazing, right? Are we getting hyped yet? We are getting so hyped. That's halfway through a level 3 already.
Welcome home.
Right. Should I be using this command or should I be using some other... should I be using this part? I think I'll use...
kind gesture.
What do you guys think is better? Like working on like this? Right there.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Settings, interface. 2 quick bars. Let's not overdo things. Okay, more stuff happened. And that was Jack Benton. Thank you for 20 gift subs. Wow. Okay, I feel there's maybe like a little bit of an interest for this concept here. Then we are going to get some blueprints.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
How do I not have my... Huh. Where's my city block?
Kind gesture.
Generic. Paved city block. But I don't want a paved one.
More shall gather.
Create a copy of this.
More shall enter the fray.
There. No, there. Whew. That's close. Now I'm just I don't want to get in a fight with anyone. Okay, so this is now a local one.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Where does it say that this is a local one? Don't know. Tiles, go out.
A kind gesture.
Grid position. Yeah. How's that for no water? Okay, what happened? What happened? Let's see. I missed it after Paranoid Snow joining in. Yes, just in time with 1,000 bits. And Capegamo with 5 gift subs. Thank you so much for that. And Osiris joining in with 200 bits on top of the subscription. And then Silta, thank you for 10 gift subs. And thank you very much for that. And Gynacube with another 10 more gift subs. And then Master MSC joining in with 200 bits. All right, we have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. And we're at 69. Nice. 69% of the level 5. So if we get to the last part, getting rid of my last bits. Yeah, get rid of them. Psh, off you go. Throw them away. Thank you, Everlist, for 3,000 bits. Now we're at 82%, and I don't know how many more we need.
A new subscriber. Come,
There.
steel yourself. We are building an army.
Yeah. Oh, we're missing something.
Our
Like one of these. What is that?
Returns.
What's the
Welcome
difference?
home.
Infinite. Which one is it that produces infinite?
More shall gather.
Ooh, okay,
More
I think we
shall
got
enter
it. We got
the
it. After Everlist, it was not Dellinger. Thank you for the prime. Welcome to the community. And then DDKS1534. Thank you for 12 months. It's full year support. And Eldarix, I think that's Eldarix, pushing it to over the edge. Thank you, Eldarix, for 10 gift subs.
Our modest fellowship expands.
And then Safarash also joining
Praise
with
the
1500,
sun.
pushing it as well. And Tegevaro joining in with a tier 3. That's the equivalent of 5 normal subs. There's level 5 now. That's been a level 5 for more than a year. How am I not remembering how to do this? I know that one of those is supposed to be infinite accumulator. Why does it not do stuff? Why is it not powered? I don't get it. How does it not do what I think it should be doing? Ah, there we go. That one. That's the one that produces infinite power. Perfect. So now we have infinite power. We have robots. We can then have each of these sort of build up with whatever I want in there. And then I'm just going to make this infinite filter. You're going to be getting us some robots. 1,000 good robots. Thank you. How does that not work? Huh? Oh, right. There. It was not control shift, alt shift. It was... So you go in there and you go in there. There we go. So that should give us something. All right. Check settings. What settings? And private chest from editor extends are infinite, but active will get moved to buffer. Yeah. Which always contains all the... Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe I should actually take that one. The one that warns about bad performance. That's this one, right? Aggregate chests. Will cause performance issues if abused. Use sparingly. I mean... Me abusing things? Psh, can't imagine. Alright. Santa coming. Absolutely. Thank you so much for completing a level 5 and so early in the stream. Okay. So now we need to do something. Let's start. If someone can whip up the cheat command for unlocking all signs, that would be lovely. Then I don't have to look that up. Or maybe it actually is part of this command here. Tools, forces. No. No. Oh, it's already had... Oh yeah, that's true. It's already done. Ah, never mind. Okay, so that means I also just can request things.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Let's get some of these. Welcome home, Weilmeister. Thank you for the 32. Thank you. We did turned out not really to be so necessary. That's that one, and then all this. Take that out as well. And can I do this? And then I do exactly 0. Then it gets destroyed. Cool. It's getting really slow start. 60 seconds left on the hype train, but we have achieved all we wanted from this hype train, so no worries. So at this point, I think I just want to request it into my own inventory, so that I think that's just more comfortable way of working. Like, okay, let's always have 50 of these. Let's always have 50 of these. Let's always have 50 of these. Push buttons. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in on that hype train. Glorious hype train. That was Everlist and Guy in the Cube were the hype train conductors. Wear your badges with honor. And if you have any ideas how to incorporate that into our build, then by all means. So why is this one not on the way? It's because this one is not a provided chest. Yeah, okay, so this one is, you can't make it as a, oh, you can actually, I think maybe. Let's try. All of this is just setting up and getting things ready. It's gonna be here, and wasn't there an aggregate passive provider chest? That's the one, I think. And they got zoomed in here instantly. All right, and let's go settings, interface. Let's get back to quick bars to 4 anyway. And then let's start getting things in here. Where are the recursive blueprint things? Huh. Hold on. Something is not right. We have not loaded recursive blueprint. Because I don't have the special... Oh, there is. Blueprint deployer. Deployer. Blueprint deployer. There. 50 of those. Blueprint deployer. Anything else? Nixie tubes. Reinforced Nixie tubes. What the hell? So when you bump into it, we'll take some of those. Oh. There. Displays. I don't know what else I'm gonna be missing. I have some logistics spots, and that's gonna be enough to sort of every time I stamp one down, then instantly coming back. Cool. I think we'll just take a save because I feel that this is now sort of getting ready. All right. So what is the first thing we want to do? And this is where, if you guys have a good suggestion, I'm eager to hear it. But remember, it's really difficult to explain things in text. So maybe if you want to just make a little blueprint, and share it, and share it in Discord and let me know, then that's super cool if you want to do that. So the first thing I want to do, and this is where I'd like to have a notepad here, so you could sort of see what we're working on right now. I really need that. So again, a call to action, some kind of notepad thing that I can write in that will sort of stick up here, some kind of mod for this. Then blueprints, these are always here. Yeah, I don't care about the Factorio prints. They don't really work here. Use the to-do list. Yeah, maybe the to-do list. Okay, cool. We got this one. And then I'm going to quit. And I'm going to go in here, mods, to-do list. And I'm still looking for something. Okay. I'm still looking for that mod. I'm going to have to look for it myself because no one seems to be able to understand what I'm actually looking for. So, let's start with my own video here. There we go. And then go to YouTube, so at least we have things muted. Let's see if they are muted still. Yes, they're muted. Good. And then I'm gonna get gray, goo, Factorio. What is it? Right. Oh yeah, there's also the Yosef thing. Let me just see if I can find, if it says what kind of mods are using. Wrong thread. I'm just looking for that mod that I know I want it. Sticky notes. Sticky notes. That's what it was called. Doesn't exist anymore. God damn it. Ah, I wanted that. No wonder no one could find it. Alright, too bad. Attach notes. Okay. I'm just gonna look at it before we go in. Yeah, signpost and stuff like that. Yeah, that seems something like what we'd want. Perfect. And we also got the to-do list, right? To-do. To-do, to-do. No, I didn't get the to-do. I'll also get the to-do. To-do. To-do list. There you go. To-do lists. Good. So let's get that one going. Oh, okay. Disable listed mods. Okay, so they don't work. What? You win? You win? Okay. Let's jump on it. Regimatizing. Okay. Boop. No? How is it? There you go. That's the one. And that gets us a signpost. And that goes back out here. I do prefer to be have a character. I don't know. Maybe I'll go away from that. But let's have a look at these signposts to see what they do. So that's like connecting and display and these things. Yeah, it's cool. All right, let's have a look at what the signpost does. Test. Okay, so it displays something here. And it has hover. Yeah, but it doesn't. Okay. I don't need. I am researching everything here. Okay, what am I missing? I would like to have one that's always up here. Because at this point, I'd have to sort of have this one on the screen in order to have that display thing. That's the to-do list. Yeah, but to-do list and signpost are mutually exclusive, so no can do. It's either one or the other. Yeah. Right on the minimap. Yeah, it's a little bit clumsy. Task list. There's gonna be something about finding the mod task list. Let's see. It'd be nice if there were some. It's made by Rhaegar. Isn't Rhaegar the latest? Oh, there we go. Okay, that's let's get that. Let's get that. We'll probably still use the signposts. Display plates, yes. Display plates, ground signs, and map markers. Okay, display plates. All right, let's try and see if this one works. There. Post. There. And then the question is, where's my task? New? Let's see how that works. Test. Unassigned. Stage is not started. Is it supposed to be like this? Oh, subtask. Oh no, it's Jira. Oh no. How do I delete these? Damn it. How the hell do I delete it? Edit task. Delete. There we go. Did you just install Jira? I think I did. Alright, so what are we'll just try this. So what is it we want to do? We want a like the top level is that I want a spiral function to create a spiraling pattern. That's like done. But the subtasks. Remember the state. That's important. I don't know if that's not really a task, but it's something. And subtask. Let's see. Okay, yeah, okay, but this actually should be. Oops! Ah, it disappeared. Shit! What happened? Oh, it's just okay. Ah! I'm just kind of. So subtask is also prototype with like a simple building. Because I'm not going to do with city blocks to start with. I'm going to do it with this part. Okay, so there. And then we can then just add city block structure and offset. If that works. Okay, so we're going to start by figuring out how do we remember the state of anything in this game. That's going to be like the very first thing. We'll need to do some kind of parameters and kind of have some kind of logic. I'm going to reserve N for the main loop. So we'll just go with A. Okay, so let me just try to illustrate what I wanted to do. Something like this, right? Just trying to illustrate. This is how I want it to be perpetuating. I wonder if... Does this work? Yeah, it kind of works. Well, that's not going to work. 1-1 doesn't work. Okay, so that's the idea. Or we could also just switch it to A, for example, just to continue this a little bit more. I think everyone, including me, is kind of getting it by now. Good. So we start here, and then I want to sort of iterate it. So I want to retain. So how do we do this? I'd like to be able to have one parameter stored that says this is the next one. Or no, I'd like to have a parameter that defines which one we're at, so that I know that the next one will be at that location. It could also be possible to do another one that says like this is also an option, but it's much less of a preferred option because it doesn't scale particularly far out. But it's much easier to do. There. Right, so this is the easy one. So anyone have any ideas how to do this? A signal mod. So you have a lot more icons to play with in your logic loops. I don't think so. I'm just... I don't want to carry that many signals. I want to, like... It seems to me being able to create 100 variables is not a solution. That's an enabling bad design. Yeah, we'll definitely have an x and a y parameter. That's correct. So the parameters we'll have is x and y. X and y. The problem is, how the hell do we determine if I'm like, a is the number, right? How do I determine when I go from a equals 4 to a equals 5, that from 4 to 5 I go minus 1y or minus 1y and minus 1x? How do I know that that loop is there? Like, maybe I store how many times. Yeah, one up, two down, two down. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe I store how many it just did. So sort of keeping track of how many it does, right? That means I need another iterator on sort of this. This one is... Let's get those signposts in here. That one. This is going to be... it's overlapping. Oh, you want to be up there. Damn. Is that a good place to have our... Anyway, that's going to go down there. A. Signal A is the city block number. Yes. And then there. And then X. Should that be the X coordinate or should it be the X offset? What remaining things are dying from so much big braining going on? Yeah. Can you check the surroundings rule? No. What? Surrounding? No, I can't check the surroundings. Do you need an X and a Y if you're simply incrementing them? Isn't X and Y just 1 times N? We're passing by us in a signal. That seems way too complicated. Moves in the factory. That seems way too complicated. Like, imagine having big base and then it goes like, oh, but when I get to this one, it has to know what the other ones are and check those. I think it's better to have, like, I want to store where I am, basically as in a relation to this location. And then I store where I am, and then I want to know where the next one is. But how do I make sure that I because I also have to like increment it, like first it goes 1 up, then it goes 1 right, then it goes 2 down, then it goes 2 left, then it goes 3 up, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. That's like, how do I do that? How do I do that? Just check for adjacency. I don't know how to check for adjacency. That's the thing. Like, how do I check for adjacency? That would be super complicated, like insanely complicated as far as I can say. Like, yeah, no, I want to know. I want to know that, like, it would be nice to build a function that says, if x equals 17, it calculates. Block number 17 is there. Block number 45 there, right? So that I only take the input, and then it sort of knows how to calculate to that location. It's easier to start in a corner. Yeah, I think that's actually true, but then it wouldn't be like this. It would be one there. I don't know. Would it even be easier? I don't think so. Because it's still gonna have to be sort of puzzle 2 fractal-like expansion. Only expand on a 3x3 grid. I just, yeah. I think that the premise is that input should be A. Based on A, which is the block number, I need to be able to determine where that's located. And that's difficult because maybe I'm have to calculate A, B, C, D, E, F. Is this basically just counting iteration 1, 2, dividing them by 2 to use if left or right? So, oh, maybe. Just counting iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, dividing by 2. But then I also need to know whether it's up or down. See, the thing is, when I get from 2 to 3, then it goes down, and then when I get from 3 to 4, then I need to know that it also goes down. That's the thing. Like, how do I do that, right? I have a research scanner in. Yeah, I really don't want to use the research scanner. I really want something that's just iterating, like this. And I thought this is like the classical thing. You think something is easy, but it's not. And this one will be Y. Don't know what that's gonna be like, but so the thing is, like, what is the information? What is the information I need in order to identify that this one is here. Like, how can I derive this by knowing that it's 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So by having 14, how the hell would I know that that would actually just be like, oh, okay, let's just go 2 left. Hello, Random. To the next block from the previous one. I can store, because it's always going to be the next one, so I can store where I am. I just don't know. So when I'm standing at this one, this is 0.0, so this is 1, 2, comma 1, 2, 2, 1. So I'm standing here, and then I say, build the next block. You are at 13, build block number 14. Then I need to be able to understand, when I have 13 here, where's 14 going to be made? Is it going to be down, up, over, under? That's the step, right? Your spiral will have size 1, 4, 18, 24. 1, 4, 16, not 8. I don't know why 8. First step would be to get the ring number. First ring is 1 by 1 size, second ring is third ring. Would that be the first thing? I don't know if that would be the first thing of the fractal. The other option is to sort of have a long list of things and then just basically look it up. That sucks, right? Basically have like, if 1, then there. If 2, then there. 0 is center. Yeah, I'm not completed the third ring, correct? Third ring would be like this, but you know. Yeah, but okay, but the thing is, like, it's still coming back to the question of how do I know when I'm standing at, I have the coordinates, like the input when I go into this function is square number 13 has coordinates 2, 1, and now built square number 14. What's the coordinates for 14? How can I derive the coordinates for 14 based on 13? I don't know. That's the part that's the part. And if we go like ring numbers, then I have to sort of take square number 53 and then figure out, okay, there's a 36, and then there's a 49, and then it must be in ring number X, but then I have to sort of do all those divisions manually. That doesn't work. Is 14 adjacent or is it random? No, after I build city block number 13, I'm going to build city block number 14. Right? The other alternative, and here's another, let's just drop that for a bit, because if we're going to make city blocks, right? Don't know how that happened. Oh, okay. Can you must be one of these, right? No, that's not it. How do I need to be able to always request and destroy? How do I request things? Not a problem up, but you can make a spiral by moving forward 1, then turn right. Then move it forward 1. Yes, exactly, Separage. I know. So you're either adding plus x plus y. Yes. Archimaxis, that's a good point. I'm always adding plus x plus y minus x minus y. That's correct. Only adding one thing. I just don't know which one it is. How would we be able to make a function for that? What the hell's going on? Oh, this is idiotic. Because it's coming out of that one. It doesn't work. Where can I post a link? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm... So if we build a list... If we just build a list, let's just, for the hell of it, build a list. The list would be... Move. Plus y plus x minus y minus y. That's not a y. Minus x plus what? Plus y. And then this, it's... I can see that there is a really nice pattern here, right? But how do I replicate this really nice pattern? It's clearly like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. And then it also changes signs. Seems like we can code our way out of it, but yeah. Storage chest. Yeah, let's get a storage chest. Let's do the storage chest. Okay. So anyway, the other thing I was just contemplating is maybe I'm not actually doing this, but it doesn't matter because I still need to be able to kind of do this. Like, if I'm gonna have city blocks, then I'm also gonna have train lines between them, and I'm kind of thinking that I need some kind of... Do I want a 2x2 and then train lines around this? Would that be like my default pattern? And if so... Oh. Huh, that's a problem. How is that a problem, actually? Okay, I can see why that's a problem. There. Now, we could build a pattern that would be... This is way too much space to waste for the base, isn't it? Trains instead of roads between poles? Yes, I think so too. That could be another. Maybe we'll just leave this for a little bit. Put a link in Factorio. Thank you. In Factorio. Yeah. I'm not clicking on something like that. Just not. Sorry. Not. Don't even want that stuff in my Discord. That's a weird link to some random page I've never seen. So don't want those. If it's a If it's a Factorio print or Factorio bin, then I'd love to see it, but or an Imgur or something like that. It's just I don't know what that is. So shows JavaScript. Okay, I'm not gonna be. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Tiziano, thank you for joining. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no worries. I'm just not so familiar with this. All right, maybe we leave this a little bit on the side and then go on a design quest instead. Doot, we can do there and then design a. How is that? Why are these not? Oh, right, because this is not connected to the actual network. Now it is. Okay, so instead of
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
welcome home, thank you, Nubbits. Welcome. Kill this part. Let's. Okay. Let's use this as a basis. Okay. And then instead of let's get some trains in here. So what do we want in terms of trains? Still not kind of. We're gonna have to compromise a little bit on how we normally build things. Because this... Oh, are you kidding me? Does that actually work? What? No way. No way! How have I never seen that before? I mean, you're gonna be dead, of course. Okay. Come. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, good, little man. It's Pixie trying to figure out how to get up here, but Pixie is not jumping, but climbing. There we go. Say good evening. I have reinforcements. That is so weird. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. I have... How did I not know this? I saw Kitty. Back to lurking. Perfect space. Well, not actually perfect space. It's 4x4. Three weeks away from the kitty cam in the corner. Probably. But they do like lying in my lap and getting cuddled. Oh, cute little one. And I'm not gonna have a crutch cam for you. Can you signal it? Who cares about signals? Now, obviously, there will be no left turns, but that's okay. I don't think I want left turns. Especially if I can't make left turns, then I don't care about left turns. Ow! I feel you're telling me I'm fat. Goes like this on my belly. Like, nice and squishy. Hey, I don't do that on you. Eh. Yeah, kneading, exactly. Yeah. Ugh. Why not circle in the middle? Because I don't like roundabouts. A little bit crowded here. I'm gonna just try this, right? And let's toy with this idea. So it can be signaled. But there will be no right-hand turns. Maybe that's actually good, because those are the ones that cause congestion. Then again, like multiple roundabouts. Isn't this city rock too small for trains realistically? Yeah, you're right. We're probably right. But let's... I'm just kind of falling a little bit in love with this idea. The radar in the middle. Yeah, we can put the radar in the middle. It's not going to be the biggest issue with the radar. We can always get that done. My cats, they like lying not on middle of my lap, but on the edge. So they're just lying there and then slowly falling out, looking at me like, "Why are you throwing me down?" And then clawing their way back up. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I'm not exosuited. That's a good point. Let's exosuit. That's not happening. No. Mm. So those are good. Let's get one of these. A couple of those. There you go. Whee! That's better. That's a little bit better. So now let's toy with this idea, just to see how close we could make this. And then we need some locomotive as well. Yeah, there, there. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is probably working. Yeah, kind of. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down there. That works. This one, not so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it could actually work. And of course, we can do the other one, like here, for example. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's funnily enough, that's the. There. I know I have 4 sides, yes. It doesn't look good. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Speaking the truth. The point of this was, is it feasible? And the answer is, yeah, kind of. Since we have 4 sides, but I generally don't want to use 4 sides. I'd say that generally we will have things that have no more than 4 inputs. I think that's a very fair assessment of saying no more than 4 inputs. And with no more than 4 inputs, you could say, okay, that's just one on either side. That's okay. Most likely it'll be one on one side, one on the other side. But stuff like a smelting column would probably be nice to have 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Probably not really. It's not really supposed to be a mega base. It's just supposed to be do stuff. Then gets to the other point, or the other problem of this is, how does that look on the other side? Well, it looks okay, but what about now when we get into the problem of this part? Now it looks sexy enough, I'm not gonna lie, but now I've invented roundabouts in these locations, which means that they could come in here, go in here, roundabout, and then go out. Roundabout, go back, roundabout, go. It's really, it's a lot of potential train congestion with all of this. But I still think it's better to have it do a U-turn here than go in here and do a U-turn into this location. Need bigger city blocks. That's also an option. I'm not yeah, there's nothing sort of religious about this except for the fact that it is, well, maybe there is actually. Because it also still has to adhere to this. Damn, I really like this. Damn, I do really like this. I can't help it. I really do like it. Oh. See, I don't like this. This one should be here. Yeah. Going into the station should be just fine. These ones are open. And then only want to do this signal little block off this part. There. It's not, the city block size is more dictated by roboports than anything else. So it's basically, do we want it to be there? Like a normal city block here. It has the advantage of this, right? This is the advantage. This is the reason why I have city blocks of the size that I do. The entire city road would be a roundabout, wouldn't it? Rather than looping at the station. Maybe. But if you want to go from here to here, then going around, right hand turn, right hand turn, right hand turn only, and then I can't do the left turn. So I'm gonna have to then go over here, and in here. Maybe. I don't actually want this because we're thinking about my city blocks as pretty big builds. These will not be big builds. These will not be mega base in a book builds. These will not be like this size. And even if it's this size, it's still actually kind of close. It's going to be 1-4 trains, everything. So that should be fine. A chunk aligned? Yeah, but then it gets smaller. But I don't get why you want... like, the only reason you'd want a bigger city block is because it allows for better sort of train facilitation, yeah? But I don't think that's... That's important for high throughput, yes, but not really... Okay, let's... So here you can go through if this block is empty. That's fine. I want this one to be a change signal because I want this to not go in and... Okay, so if I do this, the train will stand here and then it'll go over to that location. And then it'll block any throughput. So I want this to be a change signal, even though it's going to unchange signal here. I don't mind that the train goes... Oh, I'm going to need some fuel. I don't mind the train goes like this and waits. But I do mind that it goes... Ah, come on! Yeah, I don't want it to train right here. Because then it's blocking something. Here it's kind of blocking the path that it goes out on. And that's fine because it's going to go out on that path. But I don't want it blocking a path that it's just crossing. That's why I'm doing it this way. Also why for symmetry reason, I could build this, but it doesn't make a difference. Then I don't really need these, except for sort of releasing them from over here. But that goes here. They are allowed to block if they're sort of going on there. They're not allowed to block if they're just crossing. And this is just crossing, and this one is just crossing. Same with here, just crossing. When it's coming here, I don't want it crossing that part, but it's allowed to go in here and block if it's going in and merging onto that line, because, well, it's got to get on that line. 1x1 train? Yeah, I mean, it could 1x2 trains could be an option, but I do like the 1x4 trains. I do like this. I don't really see any particular problem with this this design yet. This one is allowed to exit the station and go here to wait. Yes. Yeah. This still leaves plenty of space to build, and it's a really beautiful pattern, I think. And it's also a pattern that doesn't care about... Good evening, Cripple Swin. Yeah, it is also a pattern that doesn't have to go into, like, bigger. You can just stamp down one, and then the next, and the next, and the next. Okay, so I'm liking this. Anyone have thoughts, reservations about this? let me know. I'd like to try and make the case for one-to-one train. 1-2 trains I can almost see, but I don't like the idea of 1-1 trains. Where's the potential death mark? If the upper train needs to go right and the lower train go left, aren't they locked? All right, let's take a this one. If the upper train, let me see if I can see this. If the upper train needs to go right, that means that way. So it goes down here, and the lower train go left. Oh, right. No, they're not, because there's actually room between here for a full train. So the train can go in here, and the other one can go in there, and then it can go in here, and then it can go in there. Oh, that one is missing. Will he restart at the beginning with the self-building factory, or does he start in a special scenario? I'll be starting with infinite resources. It's about building the factory. Single wagon trains don't require much space dedicated to balancing and loading, since all chests go to one wagon. But you will have 4 times as many trains in the network. And there might be little zoomies, but what about radars now? Radars are not a problem. Like, radars can always just be placed in here if I really need it. It's like not a big deal. I can just make a radar like this. They are problem solved. You stupid cat. Just pushing itself off my lap and then with its claws. All right. Yeah. Don't read train content to avoid wrong stuff. What? Wouldn't that had bad stuff? I don't know what that means. I'm not going to put the radars in the middle, because this is, if I put it in the middle, then I put it down there, have to build power lines to it, and then have to design my, I don't know, copper smelting around that radar in the middle, because that's stamped down, and then when I stamp the other one on top, it has to superimpose on top of it. That's important. So, no radars in the corners. That's kind of where that makes sense. Middle of the intersection. I don't see the point. Then I'd have to, if I build it here, then I'd have to get another one here. That I don't like it. Alright, so I don't like 1-1 trains. I can maybe get persuaded into a 1-2 train, but I really like this pattern here. Light is missing 3rd and 4th station. That's true, somehow. Oh, right. 60? 5, 2, 3, 4, 8. How the hell does that become 60? Oh, right there. Odd. 32. Yes. Yeah, that's something. Don't forget the inner rail signal after the stations. What? Inner? Oh, what? How did that forget? So many iterations of the same thing, right? There. All have to be divisible by 4, or there's something wrong. Now it's not rotational symmetric. I don't want it to be rotational symmetric. Doesn't need to. Because if I do it rotational symmetric and then I stamp down the next one here, then it's not going to patch up because they are rotational symmetric instead of just aligned. Regular signals out of intersections means trains will stop in the intersection and block trains in other directions. Yes, here? Absolutely. No, where do you see that? As I explained, a train is allowed to block an intersection like this, for example, right? Oops. Like, for example, here. It's allowed to be standing like this. That is perfectly okay. Because it has to be on this path anyway, so it needs to merge in anyway. But what I'm not allowing is this. Because now this train here is blocking a transit track. So trains are allowed to block the track that they're going to move on. Because they're going to move on it and block it anyway. But they're not allowed to block a track that they are just crossing. So here, you can see that they will not stop into the intersection ever. They will either stop here or getting out of this block. Same way here. But as soon as they get out of the block, I don't care if they stop something. The only problem is if it's like because of the length of the train to here, and then that will be a problem. Yes. Boop, boop, boop. Here. If the train station is full, the train station will not be full. Like, I just only allow one. Here's the trick. There we go. It'll never be full. This is... So. That's how we do it. We either set it to 0 or 1. Any train stopped on the main line will make the regular signal also red. On the main line. Any stop, let's see, here. That'll only be block here, and then it can actually leap around it if it feels so inclined. But this is also long enough to have 5 stations here, so that's not a problem, and then it doesn't come in here. The issue will be with the one that stops here. That's the one, right? If I have one parked here and I come another one in here that doesn't decide to go up, but go here, then yes, that will block. And yeah. Most times, even for one additional train, is a big performance impact. Is it? Like, you can say I have stackers in the sense that I could always just have 2 trains for 2 stations for outbound. Remember, this is not going to be a mega base, right? Train at station with the other... Be easy to... Okay, so the thing is, if I make the block bigger, it's something that's going to cost me in everything I do. Right? Everything I do will just cost more. And take more space and be more cumbersome and longer travel times. So it's easy just to say, oh, just double it. Yeah, but I pay a massive price for just doubling it or just making it bigger. So I don't want to, because most of these builds, they're not going to be very big. So I don't want them to be, yeah. The only thing would be like, okay, I actually wanted to, now that I have this blueprint, I think I wanted to see what it would be like if I was sort of toying with the idea of 1-2 trains, right? How close would we want to make this? Yeah, that's the same place. That's a little bit... It's absolutely worse performance in terms of trains scheduled, but... Here. That one opens up now, and... You're blocking here. And then that one is going in here. It doesn't really make a difference because it's still not big enough for that part. Hello, have you played with Mob Like Exotic? No, and I'm not going to. So that's very simple. I could make it a little bit closer, I guess. Okay, one closer. Not much. This just has to be open. This is just merging. I need to change signal because otherwise I don't get that one. I have the change signal here to prevent it from going out. It's not great, to be honest. So what's not great about this one is the fact that either my requester stations or my provider stations will always have a train. And it's probably going to be the provider stations. I will always just sort of fill up a train. And then when it's full, I'll be like, yep, we're ready to go. And then someone will request it. But there will be... Requester stations will have 0 or 1 train. And the provider station will have 1 or 0 trains. So my provider stations will always have... Yeah. It also makes it easier for stamping it down, because then when I stamp down a provider of copper, let's say, then I make sure that... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Then I make sure that there is 1 train more added more to the network. I think that's important. Instead of adding 1 per requester, because that's going to be silly. Which means 4 trains without the loop, that just makes problems. Does it? Is a deadlock in the making and unnecessary? Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards it as well, because one of these two will almost always have a train on it, and that means this one, if it needs to go around, then it will either choose the long way around, or it will go in here and then just be stuck because this one is, I don't know, blue circuits that needs to be filled up, or sulfuric acid that's never going to be used or something, and then it'll just be stuck because it's waiting for a line that will basically never clear. So I don't think I want to use the other station. So if I want to do something like this, it has to be like a dedicated loop here. The issue with dropping the loops is that they will have to go much further around. So for example, if it needs to go from here into here, then it'll have to go round, up, over, around, and in. That kind of sucks. No, LTN generates way too much traffic. Signaling for the spiral. This is going to be the signaling for the spiral. It's going to be the same signals for everything. Yeah, yeah, I don't think so as well. Is it really a big issue? No, that's also what I'm thinking about. Like, is it really going to be a big issue? Well, the issue is that it's going to generate more traffic in this, and this intersection. But again, we don't allow left-hand turns. So if we only allow right-hand turns and straight ahead, then the amount of congestion in each network is gonna be smaller. But I'm just... I'm just really not liking 1-2 trains in this case here. But the only advantage of 1-2 trains would be the fact that I could have 2 of them. So it has to be all the way up there before it can go. That's not gonna happen. That's as close as possible. And that would mean that's probably better. If a train uses the loop to get to the block immediately behind the train, then you would have to use the loop twice. Oh yeah, that's true. Like loop here and then loop there again. Yeah, that's true. That's actually even more sort of blocking the main lines. You need loops at the intersection of the city blocks, or else trains will not have paths to destinations whenever adjacent blocks haven't been built yet. Is that true? Let's say that they're built up here, but not here. Then I will just... I can always get from this location and in here. No, I don't think so. Because this one always comes in here. And that's accessible from any entrance here. Any entrance there can go around and in. This one can go around and in. Can go around and in. No, I don't think so. No, I don't see that. That is a big positive side for any... What? Machine freak? Better block density. Yeah. I think they like this, but I don't like 1-2 trains. 1-2 trains are just too small for my liking. Pathing penalty, I think it's 1,000 tiles or something. It's like crazy. It's really a lot. Well, here's an interesting thing. There's actually a space for an entire train in that section. And that doesn't need to be here. Yes. So there is room for an entire 1-2 train in here. So I wonder, see here, now, here's an interesting prospect. So when Jeff said, I want to push for a 1-1 train, did he want to push for a 1-2 train and knew that he would never be able to get me there? So he said, I'll push for a 1-1 train because then I'd sort of go like, that's absurd, but I will consider halfway there. I think you like your one. That's the classical, I don't know, it's not the kick in the door, it's the anchoring effect. Like you start by anchoring somewhere and then you start sort of mindset is towards that anchor, like a 1-1 train. Oh, that's absurd, but I'm already starting to think about it. Maybe my mind was on a 1-8 train, but now it got pulled towards the 1-1 train, and then I'm gonna be like, I was between 1-4 and 1-8 trains, but now I'm being anchored closer to 1-1. And then I'm going to be like, 1, 2. It's not as absurd as that. So it's definitely better. Let's go with this. 116 train. with wagons in the front, yeah, that would then you'd just be ridiculed. It's not as pretty as this part. There's no doubt this is not as pretty. Hold on, is there? No, I can't make it closer. I think the main reason why I like this is because there's room for a train here in this intersection here, and I think that's important. Just think so. How do you unload on the first track? Like that. Or even, maybe not like this, but like this. Just kind of, yeah, right? Can't remember if this is the correct way, but it's kind of. But if you consider using, then you could park locomotives on the curved segments. Yes, I know, but I don't like it. So something like this, right? It's definitely not going to be a big issue. I don't know. Maybe it is, but it's definitely it's one of those things where I'm thinking that's doable. That's just a solvable problem. We can get around that. Oops. It's not something I need to worry about because it's solvable. Yeah. Okay, so let's take this out. Oh no, that's not working. Yeah. Are the last segment of the outer station is straight enough to use liquid wagons in that spot? It's a good question. I don't know. So let's test. I don't know why I have one wood, but go. An infinity fluid you're gonna make. Yes. I mean, I guess it would already, by the fact that it connected, would be enough of a confirmation, but I wanted to be absolutely sure. It's a really good question because, oh wow, that would suck to just end up not having that. Okay, let's make sure that Just call it station. It's a really good name for a station. Station names. Yes, good names. Let's see if we have all. 15. 15 is just not correct. Just not correct. Alright, we missed. There. That's also not correct. So something is wrong with one of those. Right side, outer loop. Right side, outer loop. Oh, I was it because I didn't get it far enough out? Yeah, 88. Okay, so now it's everything is divisible by 4. That's a good start. City block 1, 2 trains. Then I make that one for the city block, and then a 1, 2. There. Locomotive. 4. Wagon. Let's keep those around. Cool. Hey, good game. What is the roundabout in these patterns? The roundabout is the whole thing. The city block is the roundabout. So if you want to go from here to here, then you just have to go all the way around. You can't get in there. Huh. You can't get from here to here. Well, you can. You just have to go out into something else. There is no block, so no need it. Yeah, that's true. There's no block. If there was a block, then it would be able to go this way and down here and in. Correct. Good spot. Well, unfortunately, that... Oh, shit. How are we just forgetting 2 breaks? Unfortunately, that means we need to go back and figure out this damn thing here again. Ah, man. Jeff, can't you figure that out in the 2 minutes I'm on a break? Figure out a cool way to do this looping pattern here in a clever way. Or anyone else for that matter. I think that going back to this just so that I articulate it before I take a break. I want to be able to have the number, the input is, yeah, the input is what number city block are you going to build? Number 45. And then the output should be what is the coordinates relative to the first one. So build city block 45 and then get there. Of course, we're always built the next, so it's also okay to say the next because we already have the location of the previous one. So we have 44. The input is then the, well, actually, so that's not correct. The input is the number block we want to make, which isn't really that particularly interesting, but that could be, and then the coordinates of the previous one we built. With symbol block, it would tell you where the next will be. Can you? Yeah, I don't think so. Can you include the coordinates in the blueprint? No, because the blueprint has to be a generic blueprint. The point is that this base will be figuring out, like, oh, I'm missing green circuits. Build another city block, stamp down the blueprint for green circuits, done. Then, oh, I need more power. Next city block, going to be a power city block. Next one's going to be a red signs. block, then it's going to be a iron smelting block, then it's going to be steel smelting, then it's going to be more green circuits, now it's going to be blue circuit, and it'll always be sort of defining it. So it's important that I have a template for a city block, and that I just can stamp down the next without knowing what it's going to be. Hello, Lemnos. Have you ever tested what is better between many small trains and less bigger? Less bigger is always better, but if you can manage it, you have to be more careful with deadlocks, but fewer bigger trains are just better. If you have AI installed, there's a beacon combinator that outputs its absolute position. That can be used to identify where a block has been placed and where the next... I don't need that, because I already have... I can store the coordinates of the previous block. So if I'm going to be placing block number E, I know the number 13 and the coordinates 1, 2 by 2, 1. I know those coordinates for this one. So those are my inputs. And then my question to you is, if I know that, what is the next one going to be? And the easiest thing in this case is just, oh, well, it's just going to be 2, 0. But the question is, how do I know that I have to deduct one from Y and not add one to X, not subtract one from X? That's the part, right? That's the part I need to figure out how to do. And we got this little thing here where this is like the pattern of what is getting added from one to the next. So I don't need to scan where things are, because I already know it. I know the coordinates of the previous one, and I know the number of the previous one. And now my question to the algorithm we have to build is, what's the coordinates for the next one? When coordinates are positive or negative, but you need to start at 0.0. Yeah, I mean, this is what they start by 0.0, and then I go like this, like a spiral outwards, right? How do we know what the next one is? Because I store it. This is number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I build this one, then I can store it inside this function and store the variable as saying, I built number 5. So when you call that function, it says, okay, I know that the last one was number 5, and I know the coordinates for number 5. So the algorithm has to calculate number 6. Where's that going to be? Now I'm taking a break. When your Y is negative, you're always... That's not true. I don't think that's true. Check if it's true. I'm going to take a short break. Don't think it's true. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. Yes, you can do memory cells that remember some variable, and you put it in there, and then it stays at that again. And I can't remember how it is. Let's actually do that. I believe it's almost the same as a counter. Let's do X's. It's not an SR latch. It's not something, it's a memory cell. Let's see. Like this, I think. It doesn't have to be anything, but... No, not X. Y. The point is then you can get a signal from anywhere. Push button, for example. X 100. So this one is storing now X equal to 1. And if this is disabled. That does not work. Why does it not work? Can't remember. Oh, why? Oh, why? I think this is what I can't remember it. Shit. Why can't I not figure it out? What are you doing and what the dog doing? No dogs here. Output. Yeah, I think it's... Never used the push button. The point is, you store it here, but how do I reset it? I need to be able to do this. I need to be able to sort of go like, okay, we now got to city block number 16, so store 16 here, and then know that that's not gonna go anywhere. The push button is basically when you push it, it just sends a one tick ping of that message. If you need to reset it, why not use an SR latch? Because that's way too complicated. Let me just try something. So this one is not sending a signal, but as soon as I press it, it should send a signal in. It does send a signal in, but it doesn't get stored. Why does it not get stored? Let's forget this one. Oh, is it another color? Input signal, output signal. Why is it outputting? Oh, right. It's this. Oh, that was... I don't think this is correct. I mean, I know it's not correct, but this is not how to do a memory cell. Why the hell is the guide incorrect? This is not a memory cell. But this is what I just done is an insane counter. That's not what I want. No, 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 it's not. That's a simple latch. That's not what I need memory cells. I need a fucking memory cell. How is it? How is that not the first thing you get in here? So annoying. It annoys me because I've done this a million times and then I just can't remember it. I know there's a guy who made a tutorial on it, so on circuit networks, and I'm pretty sure we could find that. There's a lot of junk here. I really wish there was someone who just tell me set to 1, but that's not true. Yeah, I had a tutorial. I have a tutorial on how to do this, but I don't want to sit in here and watch my own. T Colzer. Okay, I'm just gonna go wait without message for a little bit. Conditions should be conditioned to continue. So negative reset. So negative reset signal. And output should be different signal, isn't it? I don't know. The point is, like, it should be like I send a signal in, and once the signal goes in, that just stays in there, and that's because then it's a memory cell because it just keeps looping in there. It doesn't take more stuff in. It just goes. It wasn't working because your constant combiner was sending a signal. You need to reset your cell and then push your signal through to get a binary memory. Yeah, but I don't want a binary memory. Wait, I don't want a binary memory. I want wanted to remember the number, and I know it can be fucking done. Ugh. It's so annoying. Like, it's the most simple thing in the world. Use a decider combinator? That was not what I saw on the... Yeah. How to store a constant value for use later, either for a basic counter or advanced logic. A decider combinator wired output tied to input and configured greater than 0 for possible value, and input a decider. Why is there no picture of this damn thing? It's annoying. It's a decider combinator. This is a decider combinator. This is exactly what I did. So when x is greater than 0, return x. And then loop the inbound to the outbound. That should keep whatever signal is in there, should be in there. But that's not true because this is now going to be a counter because it keeps looping back. It doesn't, and if I just do input, then it only stores, then this becomes a yes, no, a binary, a bit, but that's not what I want. I want it to store the number. Maybe that only works if I send it on a single signal, but... yeah. So now it does reset, but then I'd have to sort of reset it first. And and that's the reset. Gets reset, and then I can store 10 here, for example. But if I keep holding it down, then it just adds up. Instead of output X, then I output Y. Then what? The problem is it doesn't do anything because 10X comes in, yes, and then it outputs the input value as a Y, which then feeds 10Y back in the start, and 10Y in the start is nothing. Condition is... Alright, Grandic, let me just see what you're saying. I don't understand. The condition should be condition to continue, so negative reset signal. That's what we've done now. And output should be different signal, isn't it? I don't think it should be a different signal. I think it should be the same signal. Condition is red equals 0, output X, input count. So reset... Condition is... It continues as long as the red signal is there, right? That's like the easiest way of sort of getting a stop counter, right? Ah. Okay, so it stores it, and then it resets it. Stores it, and resets it. Good. Store, but also... What if I add... They are processed at the same time, right? So this... That's definitely not it. Yeah, so they are processed at the same time, so they'll be weird. Yeah, I think it's better to have a signal, a stop condition that's really clear. Like, send a red signal. Thank you. We finally got there. Woo! Should not be anything you want to count. Exactly. That's a shoot. Shoot it. Yeah, just shoot it until it works. All right. That's that we'll probably forget this for next time. Memory cell. Input 1 tick. Only X value stored. Red equal 1. Red. Technically, let's be concise. Not 0. Resets. There. I have a wonder something for you to puzzle over some time about how to decide what to be doing at any point in time. About... Okay. What does that mean? About what to do on time, like... like in life? Or in terms of this part, or what? You can add another combinator with... So it will delay the signal by 1 tick. In the factory, okay. I mean, you mean like the whole loop thing? The function loop? Or do you mean like this part? Because this one is just really bugging me. There was a lengthy description up here that someone had put in question. First, the comment from Tallman was that it is always minus when the y is negative. I don't think that's true, because if we look at this, it'll be no, because for example, the y coordinate will be positive here and negative here, but from here to here I'll still be subtracting 1, so that's not the case. So that got to spell that one. Okay, so T. Colser, you wrote a long thing. Top left corners are squares of odds. Then 3 to the power of 2, 5 to the power of 2, 7 to the power of 2. Top right corners are squares of odds plus the odd. Bottom right corners are squares of evens. Would it would be a lot of math, but for any square n, you can determine which corner you're between, and that tells you if you should build northeast. Yes. Now, if we're gonna do that kind of more complicated math, then I'm much more inclined to to store as a variable if what the x offset was previously. It is some for loop that sort of increments, like first do 1, then do 2, and then do 3, and then do 4, and then do 5, and then sort of have to keep track of that, the lists of how long, and then it also has to flip positive negative signal, and it also has to flip x and y coordinate, and it's just like For the Ulam spiral, there needs to be a 2 counter thing where the stride of the inner counter increases every other increment of the counter. Right, up, left, left, down, down, right, 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 up, up, up. Yes, exactly. I agree. Why are these? Okay, the Reddit comment is not actually it was deleted by moderator. I mean, we want to share ideas because I don't know, and if someone has built this, then sure, let's take a look at it. A link from chat. All right, cool. Factory. Okay, so it was Nightbot deleting. It was not the. Yes, Jeff. That's also what we figured out that much. Like, I know the pattern. The problem is that I don't know if I'm standing here and built. This is number 13. Then I don't know if like, I know that I've just built city block number 13. It has coordinates x equal 2, y equal 1. Where is city block number 14 going to be? That's the answer I need from the algorithm. I know that it's, like, I know the pattern of how it goes, but I don't want to build a table that has 200 entries where it goes like up, up, down, right, left, and then, I mean, I could, but it just feels wrong, right? From computing a pure function of n coordinates, think more about something that you can feed a one pulse signal and it'll split out the next. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, yeah, of n coordinates. Yeah, so if we know that the function is, if you know that the current last city block is 2, 1, I have no idea, like no idea what I would do to figure out if the next one is +1x, -1x, -1y, +1y. Yeah, okay. No worries. It's just I'm trying to sort of gather ideas from people in chat. 1 for direction and 1 for count, and increase the counter before direction. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. It's easy to do in code, but doing it in Factorio functions is just so fragile. It is so fragile. That's why I'm ugh. Because it's so many nested things. It's like, okay, so I need to go up 1, and then I need to increment that next time I go on the X direction, it has to be 2. But also flip the signal. Like, there's so many logics to that step that I'm just kind of... Will you need more than 32 by 32 city blocks? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if there's a function for it. It's really bugging me because this was not something I thought would be difficult. So if someone has fixed this, there was like a link to Reddit. If someone has fixed this and has a good way, then let's. Okay, well, that's exactly what I thought. Oh, okay. So I just clicked the first link, and it was exactly as complicated as I had thought. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So that's not good. There's no closed form function to go from index to position. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's also. I think that this is a there's a desire for this to be done, but is there technically any difference between? Okay, is there another way of doing it? Of doing an array of just the first 100 city blocks, and then that's a problem for to fix later. How would I build an array of 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 this? Yes. Yes. I don't know. Did I ask if there was a problem or if it was a good idea? Okay, so how would I build an array? Lookup table. Yeah, we can do it. I think I just want a lookup table. So this will be. This is kind of boring. X equals 0. X equals 0 and y equals 0. I know that they'll not be displayed there. And then the next one would be 1. No, this would not be. This would be like, let's call a equals 0. Nope, we can't do. It doesn't matter. We will never have that there. So the first one is going to be incremented 1x, 1y. Two. I just need all of these linked up. Would that be? How would I do that actually? Number 3 would be reducing that one to 0. Yeah, decided combinators. I think that's actually better to do it that way. That's going to be like if a is equal to 1, then return everything. And then everything is that one. That goes in on a red line. And so I'm going to set this will be the input. Input will be a equal to 1. It'll go on the green. And then I will get the green one out here. Ah, its input signal is, that's, right, like that, okay. This will be A. No, that's not correct. Don't think I want these here. Because that's kind of irrelevant, because that's going to be only one. But I do want a light with the one that's actually lighting up. That seems reasonable. Yeah. That means if you have anything output, then anything. If anything is greater than 0, light up. Okay. Okay, you're linking something. Yeah, okay. Thank you. 2 minutes ago by an anonymous. Yeah, I like this, and then I can go. It's not completely working. I can see that now. Because why are all of these still on? Why is the... Okay, now the input signal, yes. And this one will then be equal to 2. Anything. Ah, right. Ah. That distinction between anything and everything is just confusing for me. Okay. I think that I have to also get the X and Y coordinates out here. Because that just makes more sense if I also have this. That means X not equal 0. And Y not equal 0. Well, then we don't. I won't do so many. We'll do 9 of these, right? Then that's should be enough. And then I'm gonna look at chat for all the comments that go like, no, 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 but not right now. I just want to waste even more time. 8 of those will be enough for this. You don't need coordinates. Why do I not need coordinates? We just need to tabulate the M triangular numbers. Ooh? What? What do you mean? Plug the 1, 3, 6. I think you're just making it more complex than... I mean, think about who has to figure this out. Right, so from this location, this is 1, Y, and Z. This one will then be 1, 1. And then number 3 will be 1, 0. And then this will be number 1, minus 1. Number 4. number 5 will then be back to x equals 0 and y equal minus what? Shit. I'm making... This is just so prone to mistakes. This is just all incorrect. X equal 1. 1 up. That's not correct. There. That one. This one goes down. This one goes down again. Now we're getting to number 5. Then that has to be... Yes. Number 6 is minus 1. I think that's right. I built this little one here. Conditions should be the same as the lamp. No, because I want to display the x coordinate here and the y coordinate there, but only for the one that's active. Let's make this into a counter. A. No, that's not it. This one. A is less than 60 ticks per second. So it's 600. When it's less than 600, then you just input itself. There, now it counts to 600. And then I divide it by 60. A divided by 60. And then output A again. And get that in. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. I don't know what's going on here, but clearly it's not working. Why are they getting the same x coordinates in for all of them? Why are these not here? Ah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But you can see some of these are okay, but I don't know if they don't count. They probably... I don't understand it. This one... counts lower. Okay, so this was a little bit of a mistake. A little bit premature to make it iterate. A equal 3. Okay, so you, my friend, what are you exporting? You are exporting 1x. So I would really appreciate if this 1x would go in here. Hmm? Ah, shit, that's correct. The joy of programming, right? We'll select all here. Maybe. Still doesn't work, right? Still doesn't work. It is outputting 3A and 1X. Yet this one is displaying 0, and this one... Oh, right. I think it's because they are... when the Nixie tubes are next to each other, they interpret it as many... right. I know that. It interpreted as one variable with more digits. So I need to actually have a little bit of a distance between them. Okay. That's not pretty. Completely useless from a... Ooh, that looks good perspective. And now I see another problem. Because I can't link all of these together. Because then I'll mix it up anyway. So bringing this... Oh, that's... Don't think that... Maybe that's not even a problem because only one of them will be active. Alright, let's have a look. 1. That is 0.1. That seems correct. 1, 1. 1, 1, 0. 1 minus 1. I guess minus is not really a thing here. That's problematic. Link output of all deciders with a red. Yeah. Just becomes a little bit inconsistent because I used the red one here and the green one as the central line, so it should also be the same on the other side. But it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter if I do this because it's only one of them that's gonna be... Never mind. Never mind. Don't mind me. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so it's 5, and that is 0 and minus 1. That's a minus 1, but doesn't know. Yeah, then it's minus 1, minus 1. Yep. And then it goes up and becomes minus 1x and 0y. And the final one that we are going to build here now is going to be minus 1x plus 1y. Yes. Alright, so now do this. Well, that was that part. This can always be better. I got it working with combinators. Do you want a blueprint? Or do you want to discount? Oh, I mean, I'd love to see a blueprint. Extra trailing space. Don't know what it is you got working, but... X1. Start with x plus 1. Next spiral begins... Minus 1. Oops. Yes, Earl. Yes, that's the part. But the problem with that part is that I have to keep track of how many times have I done plus 1. If I can do plus 1 5 times, then I've now only done plus 1 3 times. But in this cycle, part of the spiral, I have to do +1 5 times, and that's the problem. Like storing all that information. Plot number in Factorio. Vasily, where have you posted it? Oh, Duke Lion, is that you? Okay, so it's not the same name. Google Doc spreadsheet. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's the spiral. So you have a calculation of... Let me just try to figure out what it is you have done. Is it like, what are the inputs? The input is 48. That means, you mean this is block 48 or weird. And then the ring number is a calculation, and the ring start is also a calculation of B2. And then the ring precision, don't know what that means. And the ring diameter, don't know what all of that means. But, and then you calculate the X and the Y coordinates based on that. And then you have a delta. What does that mean? It's not a delta, it's a thing. Okay, let me just see if... Oh, I can't. I can view only. Okay. Polar coordinates. Okay. It's pretty cool, actually. So basically what you've done is you've calculated you've made a calculation where you input, the only thing you input is the number, and then it gets there. Cool. Okay, here's another. Let me copy that and figure out what the hell I'm copying that in. Let's get back into the game and see what I'm copying in here. This is kind of what I wanted to. Now, understanding someone else's code is always completely impossible. It's beautiful. I have no idea what's going on. Okay. That's the push button. And this one is go. What? Okay. So extra training spaces.
Our illustrious champion returns.
You see my good one. Thank you for the 10 months. I could have programmed something like this in Cubase 25 years ago, no problem. Now look at me cracking my brain. Yeah, but there's also the part about if I had a programming language, it would not be pretty, but I would get the job. I believe I could get the job done in some way, in some way, right? But there's also the constraint about Factorio is super fragile and super susceptible to weird things like tick alignments and all that crap. So, yeah. Variables. X, Y, L, M, D. Isn't fragile. It's fragile because it is, you can't say anything that's super difficult to debug it, because you can't really just go one tick at a time. Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you very much for the 200 bits. I mean, I like. I think it annoys me, but it has to be that way because then it's sort of like everything goes in steps, and then otherwise you'd have like a long calculation and a short calculation, and then you would be like, how do I know that the result of the long calculation and the short calculations get compared after they do that? Well, the only way is to make sure that they take the same number of steps so they keep in rhythm. It's just a bad assembler without macro. I I I would also probably say that's not making anything easier. Hmm. Okay. Looks like I have no idea what we're looking at. So there's a 3 here. It's, looks like it's the same for all of it. Oh, D1, D0, D0. A D must be the diameter, I guess. It's just explained before. It's for internal use. Okay. Upper part is initialization. You add it once. Then you give a signal I equal 1 when you want to get the next XY. All data on red wire. But you're saying... Then you give us in. So basically when I press this... No, you have to do this once, you said. Whoop. Then that's the initialization, maybe. And then everything is on the red wire. So right now is L and M doesn't mean anything to me. I press that. And then Y equals 1. That's up. Now it goes up again. Yeah. But why did it go? Why is it Y equal 2? That doesn't seem... That's not... No, go like up and up. Did I do something wrong? I can just take it out and stamp it down again. So right now there's nothing here. And then we press that one for once for initialization, right? So now that's just internal stuff. X not 0. Y not 0. No, it doesn't show minus, unfortunately. I would have to do something different. Like colors and stuff, but will be something. So basically I press this one. Boop. Then it increments this by 1. So far so good, because that goes from here to here. Is there also an increment that is L the number? No, L is not the number. I guess, okay. But now it goes Y equal 2, and I don't get that. That's not correct. That's that. But this is, I think, it may, okay. But it looks like it's definitely, like, then the next one goes to X equal 1. All right, since, let's do a little there. And if this one is, if X is less than 0, then that turns on. If Y is less than 0, then that turns on. Okay? So now it's 1,2. Just let's just say that this is probably 1 too high, and then it goes 1 more over on X. Then it starts decreasing. It's definitely doing the right thing, but I think it's initialized at, it's starting at a little bit further out. That's pretty damn cool. Like, that is so cool. Now it goes up to 3, and then the next one should be X starting to go. Yep. That goes to 3, and then it also goes to 4. No. The Y goes down. X goes down. Y goes up to 4. And then X goes up to 4. And Y goes down. Oh, that's so cool. I think it's just that that it initialized. Yeah, it initialized a little bit too high. That is so cool. I'm just gonna sit on my ass and wait for the second iteration of this, if you don't mind creating that. Someone give this person a gift sub. That's really cool. I know that other people have also come to the same, like, this is also what Vasily did in the Excel sheet, but having this, I have no idea what this does. Yeah, I think the rotation is, I think it's the, I don't know, the diameter. I think it's
Your steadfast
I think it's starting
loyalty
too
is
far out.
greatly appreciated.
If we look at it, yeah, again, then once we initialize it, then maybe the L, I don't know what the L and M and D is probably diameter, no, I don't know what it is, but hey, J Matcha, thank you for gifting 3 months of tier 1 sub. Yeah, I think it maybe should, I don't know what L is, but that could be like, yeah, maybe 0 or something. While numbers change, just rebuild it to look at it while. L for limit, D for direction, M for minus. Okay. All right. So I don't know if you're working on this, then I'm just gonna go on to something else in the meantime. I'm gonna use this hack that I done, because now the next part is we're actually gonna start to make a blueprint.
Champion returns.
We're gonna start making this thing here. What the hell is that? Bitsplit, thank you for the 16 months. God, awesome, thank you, extra trading spaces. So, I can't remember how this mod works. This is great. I think it's something like if you put a blueprint in here, poof, it does something. So let's just do that. Let's put a random blueprint in and see what happens. No.
Our illustrious champion
Blueprint deployer.
returns. Welcome home.
Isn't it? I have another combinator thingy for you to puzzle over while you have me here to interrogate. Thank you. And that was a Ariaxi, thank you for the 7 months. Not related to spirals. Okay, so you just... State machine demo. That's gonna have a sign called Jeff S. State Machine. What is this thing? There you go. So, what am I, what am I looking at? Hey, Game Fiddler. Do you have any blueprints on your Google Drive? Nope, I have all my blueprints. If you just do the blueprints command, then you can see all my Factorio blueprints. I have their own site. Will not function. Infinity loader dummy will not function. I think I know why. I think I know why. But let's replace it with the loaders from this mod. Will not function. I think I'll take the one that says it will function. Yep. Editing center. Yep, but there's one that says doesn't. It's a dummy. I don't know, but it's okay. Is this what we are? These will just be. Red wire. This is red wire carries S. Okay. New version of the mod changes how the loader works. Okay. The idea here is it can only do one of the things at a time. The red wire carries an S signal 1, 10, 11, 12 in this demo, deciding what it's doing. Okay, so that's what it... with these kind of things, like, it's always like, where does it start? Where does the start thing? Like, this one is outputting the S, so probably that goes in here. This one says when the S is 11, 1, and then 1 is okay. So 10, 11, 12. That's when they enable, and this one is currently operating at 12, and then I kind of have to figure out where the signal comes from. That comes from this one is. Right of the power pole. This? S equal 1, S equal 10, S equal 1, 11, 1. So 1 and 10. 1 is probably disabled and 10 is enabled. 1 is disabled, 11 is enabled. 1 is disabled, 11 is enabled. I guess. I'm bored. Let me do something. Oh, right. That state comes from the green wire. And the green wire goes up here, and then it says if you have less than 100 iron, you are bored, as you say, and that brings it into here, and it goes in. What does this one do? If it's less than, it sends 1C out. Does it send 1C? No, not yet. Should be soon enough. There you go. It sends 1C. 1C, then the C comes in here. If this is 2 C's, that means it is bored, and this one has less than that. Why does it have both of those? Why is this one not enough? Don't know. Then it says M. Okay, and M multiplied by 10 iron plates. So that sometimes send an iron plate out. Alright. 10 iron plates or something. Signal. What? There, okay, just goes like one ping. That means these will get input of a board. Yeah, but isn't board that you... What do you mean by if you're bored? But board, isn't that when you're less than 100? That's your definition of board, or what is board? What does that mean? Yeah, I get it, but I don't understand the definition of bored. What are we bored about? And then it goes in here. This means what I'm getting inbound is output R. Is always in a single state. The iron level is used to decide which state to move, but it doesn't decide the state directly. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So it basically says it can be idle even if it has more, because there could be two of them that are potentially could be active, but since it's an exclusive, then if copper is active but iron also wants to be active, then it has to be bored and lower. Okay, yeah, okay, because there's 3 conditions. Okay, I don't know what I needed this for. But it's interesting. Once there's enough iron, we will move back to state 1. But we could decide to move into a different state. We decide to start doing project X and keep doing that project until it's done. Ah, okay, yeah. I was kind of thinking doing it in a different way. But I get it. Yeah, we'll keep this around, and then of course this is just a way that you make fluctuations that are sort of non-predictable. They are of course predictable, but they're a little bit more random. They're not random. I know. Damn it. Yeah, and you're gonna go when there's a green signal greater than 0. Good. I can't remember how this is done. I know I need to sort of put them in here, but there's something extra. There's some conditions that it also needs in here. Like, what? Yeah, it will be able to do that. Yeah, yeah. So those conditions are like, is it deploying? Is it stamping over? Is it something? And that I need to go to the mod page for, so we can find that. Factorio mod recursive blueprints. I love that it's if I Google recursive blueprints, it's my video Factorio engineering that comes up. Whoops. Add a blueprint deployer chest which can be connected to a circuit network to build the self-expanding factory. Example: deploy blueprint construction robot signal is the use blueprint command. Value can be anything. Okay, so that means I actually just need to send a construction bot signal in there. And then I guess there's kind of different commands we can give it. Okay, and then we have to figure out where it gets deployed. We'll just take one of this one. That one. And then ah, look at that! Something happened. Definitely not what I wanted, but well, yes. And then I believe that I can also input some X and Y coordinates. Mm-hmm. With deconstruct an area. No, I don't want to deconstruct. X and Y signals shift the position of the blueprint construction upgrade planner. Deconstruction and upgrade planner uses X and Y as the central area. Good. So if I do, I'm going to have a little bit, a very, very simple blueprint. That will be... What's the least interesting thing we can find? There. That's my blueprint. Whew. That's a juicy one. There. And then I wish we could find the coordinates at this point. I wonder if there's one that shows show tile grid? No. Anyone know if there's a command to get like XY coordinates so when we hover over it, it gives us the coordinates? That would be lovely. How to automatically deploy blueprints. This is exactly how it is. This is a special mod that when you put a blueprint in here, and send a signal with a construction planner or a construction robot, then it gets deployed, and then you can sort of displace it. Debug info and tooltip. Position. Well, we get a position here. Okay, 40.5. Why the hell is it 0.5? And minus 72. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the weirdest thing. Like, why is minus up? $50. And minus 80. Yeah. So. Well, that sucks. I can't find it. It should be placed somewhere. Thank you. There's a command. What does that do? Oh, right. 42. So 50 and this is where it should be stamped down. Drew the scan line from top left. Okay. Find a random blueprint out in the world. Maybe. But it kind of bothers me a little bit that it doesn't. Okay, so let's do this, but with a blueprint that I will actually be able to find when it gets displaced. It doesn't get placed, I think. No? It is, okay, don't initialize it and let's go. Okay, cool. Then I'm just going to try this one again. And we'll try running it. Down, Y down, X down, X down, Y up, Y up. Y up? Yes. X up, X up, X up, Y down, Y down, Y down, Y down, X down, X down, X down, X down, and then Y up to 3. Yes, and then X up to 3. Then Y down to -3. X down to -3. And Y up to +4. That's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. I have no idea how it works, but that is absolutely amazing. C-Dub, thank you for the 23 months.
Returns. Welcome
I
home.
am just going to put a tag here. Extra trailing space. Spiral binder. Calculator. Spiral algorithm. There. Sweet. See? This is a good manager. Get other people to do the hard work. Oh, that sounds like the cats have started a fight with their feeding bowl. I guess they're hungry. I hear just... Alright. This I don't get. If I take these two out and try again. Then it stamps it down right there. Interesting that you can't undo the mod pack. Oh, it keeps stamping it down because it's still in there. What if I superimpose it X10? That did shift it 10. Oh, it's actually in relation to this one. Of course it is. That means the other ones got stamped down. So it did work. It's just in relation, not to the... Oh, right. This one has to go. Right, so this will be X10 and Y. Shoot it. See? So now I need to tie the whole thing up so that every time I push, it puts down one of this. Then it also gets the output for it. It actually corresponds to a push of this button, which now needs to be reset. Whoops. Let's build that up here so we can utilize it. There you go. So when I press this button, it has to correspond to the press of this button. Okay, so that means, or actually not. It should be this one. This should be read hand content pulse. I think it's gonna be the same, right? Yeah, it should be the same. That will then give a signal of a green. Green goes into this one. Okay, everything here is determined by the green, so I'm not going to change that. Yeah. Blueprint. gets converted into a green signal. Let me just check that it actually does something. I need it to blink. If green 0. Yes. It did a little blink. Yep. Use color. Good. Then that needs to go. So now it's replacing this one. And then I need the red signal here, which will be the X's and Y's, will then be going into this signal as well. It's too far, isn't it? Ah! Did I wreck it? I wrecked it. Yes, I did. Of course I did. It goes... I remember... have to remember, signals goes both ways. So now this one has to be replaced. Huh? I don't even think I need this. I just need to do this. So when it presses, it goes. Then I need to make sure that there's a one-way connection. Goes in here. And it's just going to be anything to anything. And not multiply by 0. I don't like that it's always defaulting to multiply by 0. And then this is basically just making sure that the signal is one way. What are you? You're not doing anything. Whew. Alright, let me see. I built myself a redstone replicant rail with a requested chest requesting blueprints. And 3 recursive chests. 1 to deploy the blueprint, 1 to make copies of the blueprint, and 1 to delete the requesting chest to ensure the cycle runs only once. Yes. We can just replace memory cell. Which one is the memory cell? Is this part? Is this the memory thing too? Okay. Oh, amazing project. Do you detect nodes? Nope, I don't. That's one of the constraints that we just thrown away. We're so far we're not doing much. Right, so I'll give it a shot. And the first iteration, I think we have a little problem here because the first iteration will not be empty. It actually, yeah, okay, this is actually a problem. I need to make sure that the first iteration does not contain the trigger here. So I need to make sure that it goes in, and then when, for example, I don't know, this thing here actually exports. This one, and you are going to be read hand content, not enable disable, but read hand content, send a pulse. That will be a blueprint coming in, and yes, divide by 0, please. That will change it into a green signal. That will then be pushed up to sort of trigger the next line. So that it goes in, deploys, moves around to sort of go to reset. By the time it resets here, then it adds +1. So the next iteration will be setting the next place. Whatever. Maybe. Let's try it. Got 1 here. This value is... I wish I could see this. This is 1y extra, so let's see if it works. Yeah, okay, it's reversed. Not bad. And now I also understand another issue here is that I wanted it, I was like specific, I wanted it to be cycling the right way. But it wasn't. This one will now just get 10 so that it's a little bit further away. And then I need to just do, is it this part? Yeah, that is reset. Yeah, multiplied by -1. Yeah. But not everything. It's only the x that needs to be multiplied by -1. So this one will be like x, or x is fine. Multiplied by 1. And then goes out as x, y, multiplied by -1. And there. And try it. And here's the funny thing, right? If you've been following it, you're like, impressive, it works. But if you're just joining, like, so you spent 4 hours on stamping down some lights. That's it. That's all you did. That's all you did. Yeah. But I think this part is remember the state. Yes, that's remember the state. Doot. Prototype for simple build. Add city block structure offset. Yes. And you made lamps with a lot of help. Click. Oh, right. I think I might be breaking it if I executed too fast. No, I didn't even break it. Oh, right. Because, that's good. That's actually really clever. Because I can't break it by clicking this too fast. Because this is not what iterates up here. What iterates is the actual movement of the blueprint back into the waiting position. Okay, so with this thing, let's do the next part. Yeah, just have it loop. Now adjusted for the city block coordinates. Exactly. Because that's going to be the next very big challenge is I want it to be placed when I do this one, right? Oops, this is, whoa. Snap to grid. 100 by 100. And there. Absolute. There. Right? So that needs to be placed down somewhere. First of all, let's get all that crap out of here. Does it work? Yeah, they're being shunted over to this one and destroyed. Sweet. Then I'm going to take this out. Oops. Oh, all them fishies. We have these blueprints, so we can delete that as well. And I will info. yeah. We'll get it. There you go. Done. And the real self-building factory was Nilo's accumulating a chat capable of building the circuit design for him. I know. I mean, you gotta play to your strength, and I am definitely not the best programmer. But what I can do is leverage the community to help build this. And this is also what it is. It's a workshop. I call this the workshop. So workshop is not just for one person to work in. So that's some would call it cheating, but I would just leveraging your strength, and my strength is definitely getting other people to do the work, or gathering a community of like-minded spirit and motivating them to get things done. Right. So now my question to myself is, what is the anchor point for this one? I'm imagining that it is this point. No. I'm imagining that it's this one that I want to hit. So maybe we... So how do I guess that location? Well, it's compared to where we are x-wise, it's probably like 60x, and compared to the y, then since it's downwards, then it's just a positive number, and it's probably like 80 or something. So let's just let's disconnect this line. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
67. And 57. Yeah. Hey, Sajichek, thank you for the 7 months monthly dose of automation. Here we go. Let's try again. It's perfect. So now the question is, what if I stamp down the blueprint there? Instead of using this blueprint, now I use this blueprint. What happened? Nothing happened. Interesting. Okay. Now, each of these will be not just multiplied by that, but probably just by 100, right? Because it is 100 and this one is minus 100. Shouldn't you reset counter for coordinate calculator? This one? Yeah, I absolutely should. But this was first trying to see if this works. Alright, this is good. Alright, do we dare... Now it's reset. And then I just... Fuck it, let's try it, right? Let's try it. And that means we hook this up and then we see. Let's see. Well, that was not what I wanted. But maybe that was what I wanted. I guess that was kind of what I wanted. Let's see what happens now. Probably should save before. Two. Not bad. Not bad. More. Must have more. Must have more. Hey, thank you, Anram.
Gesture.
Thank you. We have 1 more hour today because of that glorious hype train. But that, I mean, this is also like a great place to end. This was my ambitious objective for the first stream, was making this. I mean, obviously, we're not necessarily going to make it, or this is not the blueprint that we're going to be stamping down, because it is. Is there a way to automatically deconstruct as well? Yes. Start index 1. This is not the right blueprint, because I'm not going to make all of the side paths here unless they're needed. But I just need to strip it down. But this is definitely a thing. Whoa, I just hit some. Okay. I'm still here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let me just delete all this. This is the risky part. Just. Okay. And then I just put this one down. So. This was one test of something. Now, I'm going to strip this down to the bare minimum. The stuff that's going to be there for every block. And I think these... Do they need to be there? I don't think so. Do we really want this to be one big block? Ugh. I can do this. But I kind of have to take that one out, right? Would you leave this in? Because I can't replace it as part of a blueprint. So, Grandig, what is that? You could insert not a single blueprint, but a whole book. Oh, I know. That's also what we are going to do eventually, but I don't think that's how I want to operate this. I'm aware that you can take a blueprint book and then just go through it, but I want to... I'd like to sort of stretch things out so it's more clear that this part does X and this part does Y, instead of sort of, here's a blueprint book, and then it just iterates through the blueprint book, and then I'd much rather have stamp down the rail network, see that it's idle, stamp down the next, the actual content of the of this part, see that it's idle. Okay, like one step at a time. Okay, so do we want this? This is actually, I think I'll, oops. I think I'll keep these. There. So this will now be city block with rails. Indicator. That is the indicator for city block, and that's the indicator for rails, and that's it. So this is going to be like, every city block looks like this when it gets stamped down. Snap to size, 100 by 100, and then absolute position. Drag that into the middle. There we go. That's going to be the one that I stamp down everywhere. These are not necessary, but yeah. Odd. And then this will now be the blueprint. There, right? Paved city wall. No. City block with rails. That's the one. Top push button not lead anymore. Yeah. There's gonna be some kind of cleanup, of course, to figure this out. But I think we're ready to go another round of this. That'll be a more simple build. Oh, this is not actually correct. What? Not that button. What? This one? No, this one is out. This is no longer connected. That's kind of important that it is. Top one next to pole. Huh? Oh, that's also a push button. Oh, right. That's true. That's true. But I don't know about these connections here. That. They're still connected. Are they? Nope. That was important. All of these are on the same red network, but now there's 2 red networks. There. Yes. This one also doesn't need to be there. That looks nice. Okay. And that's the deployer. The funny thing is when I move the deployer, then the whole thing gets messed up because this is in a specific location compared to everything. That new basic blueprint does not have roboports. Exactly. That was the... You got it. That was the part that I decided, oh, wait a minute. We don't have it. And... Are the outer rail tracks important? Like these? Or these? I can see that. I can see that. Since I'm not using... I don't have a use for those, except... No, I can't go around. Yeah, no, you're right. But I don't like not putting them there. And they're gonna be there eventually. And this is just much nicer. Instead of like, why are the one set of rails missing? They'll be populated later. Yes, but that's also my argument. They'll be populated later anyway. So, but this part is a bigger issue because this is always an issue that I don't think I've actually figured out yet. If I built like this, which is what I always do, then I'm not sure I can always place this. Guess we'll try it. And let's try this. Still okay, everything? Yes. And let's also just throw a little roboport in so we know that that's also a thing. I wonder if... Oops. Yes. Put it in. I mean, there's nothing wrong with mentioning it. It's just, don't think that's. I mean, or more correctly, I think it's more important to get it to look nice when it's not really. I mean, what are we saving? Some free resources. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna save right now. So we didn't save for the first 3 hours. No, you know what? I have an hour more to go, so I'm gonna take a little break, and then when we come back, we're gonna let this run for a lot of space to see if we can also get all the Roboport covered, because there might be a little bit of a tricky situation to it that when we get outside of this area. And you know what? I actually need to take this out. Replace it with. Yeah. And there. Why 99? Doesn't matter. Right, short break. Then we'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll be spamming this and seeing how far we can get with it, and then figure out what the next project is. I also have another thing for you. This one's easy to understand, I promise. Awesome. Please share it, and then I'll be taking a look afterwards. Be back in a minute. Or two. Right, we're back. Thank you very much for your hype train, so that we could get an extra hour, and that means we not only sort of have this completed, but we can also start playing with it a bit as well. Jeff provided a new blueprint. Text plate gold. We don't need no stinking text plate gold around here. All right. Well, coins? Seriously? Are you using coins? Okay. All right, I'll look at this one. We wanted to have this the consolidated thing that we built now, and see how it works. First things first. All right, good stuff. Next one's gonna get built. So here's the thing, though. See, they get built up there, and then they go further up. Then they can get the rest. Let's have a look at how it works. So, I'm kind of thinking maybe we should just have a loop doing this. Wouldn't that be a little bit too sexy to have a loop running there? Yeah, I think so. This one is just... when it's greater than 0, it just runs upwards, right? No. It that's not how it works. Every 10 seconds, it should stamp down another one. So let's count up to 600. There. And then it counts up to 600 and then starts over. Then I do another one here. That takes on the red wire when A is equal to 1. Then output a green. Then we should see this one giving 1 tick. We'll just let it run over. There we go. It works. And we'll just come... so I did that from here. Alright, let's see if that works. And we can go down here. It's a little bit magical, isn't it? Like, this is, and I think this is also, if you're not a programmer, then this is a really good, in my opinion, at least, representation of how programming works. You spend, in our case, like we've been doing this for like 4 hours. You spend 3.5 hours on doing something that has absolutely nothing to show for it. You cannot see that you made any progress at all. At the end of the 3.5 hours, the project manager comes in and asks you, how far are you? And you go like, I can make little lights in a square. But once you have the method, the technology, the algorithm sorted, then applying it to something else is a lot less work. And then suddenly at the 99% to the 100%, like, there we go. Some specific point in the sidewalk, maybe right next to the center bed. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot of oh, see, oh, is it? No, it's not a problem. And then it just keeps going forever and ever and ever. And of course, there will be like, now these are super good bots, but they probably won't be able to, at some point they won't be able to keep up. But here the idea would also be that it should be waiting until all the robots are idle before it starts up the next cycle of whatever it is. It'll be stemming down this and then, whoop, there we go. There we go. So now all we need is the base. So the idea is that this will be sort of the initial part. Stamp down the blueprint, and then we have the next square, and then we'll need to decide what should be in this square. That should obviously be whatever we need the most of. And that's probably going to be like the main thing we're going to be looking at next time will be, so what, how would we do that main loop? And then what are the things we want to check for? I don't really know how we're going to do it. I'm not sure about those state machines that Jeff has built, but we'll see. All right, so let me see what this physical state machine does. So this runs around. What are you doing?
Our Our
Woo!
illustrious
Nice round.
champion
Thank you for the
returns.
36.
Welcome home.
How will resource ores be provided? Infinite chest. Yes. For now, that's one of the constraints to start with, is that I'm not going to do any of that. We will get that at a later stage, maybe, if we get that far. We will have to find a way to sort of build a new one, scan if it has anything in it. If it does, then convert it into a mining location, whatever, right?
Welcome back.
I knew him. Thank you for the
steadfast
3 months.
loyalty is greatly
So
appreciated.
it's just to make them drain slow enough. That is a good demo. Okay. So this, when you say it's a physical state machine, that means that it's only the one that has the coin, the token, that is allowed to work. So whoever has the token is allowed to work. And who gets the token? That is... What is the method here? It is whichever goes below 100 first gets allowed to pick it up, and then they'll be idle, and then whichever one goes down below 100 first goes in. Then it goes in here. When it reads the content, go to here. This one... okay. Yeah, so the green circuit is saying it goes in here and it stays in there until it has more than 150, then it outputs again. So it basically just gives it a little boost from 100 to 150 in stock levels.
Our
And
illustrious
this
champion
is...
returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Loki and SBK. Thank you for the 9 months. And what does this do? This basically takes whatever gets inbound, and the inbound is the token. So token, and multiplies it and says, converts it to a signal which will indicate which one of these is allowed to open. And that opens from 100, and when it exports out or outserts at 150, it stops. Okay, yeah. This is a lot simpler to understand. And I like the fact that it's... Ooh, hey, Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. Look at that. Jeff S is way smarter than I am. I cannot attest to that, but he is certainly smart in the ways of the code. And this is also what I like and what I want to have for these workshops. So far, I would say it's a very successful workshop. Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. I was hoping for something along those lines, like the stuff that Extra Training Spaces and Vasily and everyone with their good ideas have come in with. Like I would not be able to solve this problem in a live stream like this. First of all, like the conversing and thinking, and it's also very complex, and you have to have the good idea, and someone will just go like, I have the idea. There we go. And there'll be many ideas that are potential, but with all things like this, it is so much easier. Or there's often a different way of thinking about the same problem that's so much more logical or faster to sort of, yeah, to a better level of abstraction. I think there was a really good Tom Scott video where he made a code, and it took, I don't know how long it took, 15 minutes or something, or 1.5 hours for him to do it. And then sort of people optimized it to the level of absurdity of like way less than a second for something that he had just hacked together that checked for some combinations. Point out, in my thing, you can have multiple inserter, chest inserter to express a subsequence of things that must happen in order before going back to the start. Yes. Oh, yeah, number, or was it a number file? Was it Matt Parker? I thought it was Tom Scott. Ah, whatever. They're the same. That was Matt Parker. Yeah, okay. They're kind of same. I discovered both of them from Numberphile. Super fascinating. And that's the, like, when you think about it, when you hear like they're super optimized, when they go like, damn, that's a really clever way of thinking about this problem. Is there a guide you are following for this? No, the whole point is we have to discover things ourselves. Okay, I'm gonna, while this hype train either fizzles out or goes like, oh, by the way, I never stop this. Might be a little bit of a problem at some point. So I don't know how to explain it in a, let's use these. N equal 1, for example. Now I'm trying to explain how I would imagine this would sort of work. I can't even see that it's 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Okay, never mind. Then let's just do 1 instead. 2 numbers. This is for visualization, to try to explain the idea that I had for yeah, I don't know, making kind of a loop of all the things. Basically have a long loop. Hello, kitty. And then basically check if need more power, or just say need more power. Need more. What could be like iron? Oh, 60 seconds to get this train off the ground. Now, I don't expect anything because we already had one. But, you know, you guys triggered it. More copper. Always is not enough power. Yeah. Like, okay, so this would be like the idea of this. And within this one, then let's just do it like, try to do it like a nested thing. Wildmeister, 200 bits. Don't think we're gonna make it. Don't think we're gonna get it. And 200 bits more. Thank you, Wildmeister. Okay.
Gesture.
Yes. And then execute the code. Here. Actually, let's see. Add new city block. And then that's just going to be representing just trying to visualize here. There you go. Need more power. You are just a troublemaker, aren't you? Yeah. You can always see that. Execute. There you go. Right. So first thing it does, add a new city block. Yes. So now the question is, what should we put there? Should we put more power? Yes, no, or something else? And then, if yes, then this will be like execute, and then after that we have like a output that says 0. Then it goes back to 0 and starts over. Or if there's a no, then we move on to, oh, not 1. 2. Like, this is kind of the idea I had. So it's not like a for loop. It's not like anything else. It's just you go in and then you go in and check this one. And then this one will either revert back to the start or it will revert back here. We disable landfill. It's a case statement. Yes. So let me hear from people in chat who might have an opinion whether this is a really bad idea because X, or if it will need waterfill. Yeah, we'll find out, or we'll add a little mod that does this. This is, it's one of those things that when we have like the whole thing, then we can start looking at those corners that are sort of like, let's incorporate that into the model. It's definitely not a must-have, but it's a nice to have. And it'll be so. What do you guys think of this idea? Like basically go into a case and then based on the case, then execute or execute and then revert to maybe beginning probably, or else proceed to the next. So it'll be sort of tracking its way. If you need anything and adding a block should be within the case where you need something. Okay. Let me think of the sort of pro cons of that. Yeah, don't expand until you have a need. But that's kind of like, is that ever the case in Factorio? Isn't it like you always need something? And then you could also just say that, well, then it's just going to run through the whole thing and go like, nope, 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 nope. And nope, 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 nope. But then it's true that if it is answered nope to all of them, then it shouldn't be adding a new city block. Then it should be... Will this edge case actually happen? It always will be. Cases run into an issue where you over-prioritize one lacking resource over another. Yes, absolutely. This is also what I'm kind of afraid of with this. And it's a really good point because let's say I go down here. Need more iron. Yes, for some reason, I've determined I need more iron. So then I build a new iron block and then I start from scratch and I check, do I have enough iron? And then the answer is no, because 10 seconds ago you built the block and the trains have not arrived, so the stockpiles have not built up. You are going to build another iron block. So I build another iron block. And then I reiterate again and then go like, well, the buffers have still not filled up. So then I suddenly end up sort of overbuilding something and then build 3 iron blocks in a row because I thought I needed it, because it just takes a while to put a cooldown on a block. You know what that's called? That's called a taboo list. And then we're getting into my favorite algorithm. Basically, I was thinking about making a taboo list for these kind of things, where you go like, yeah, if something is already been built, then make it a taboo so that it can't be built for the next X iterations. Instead of checking busy waiting style, you could push needs into your network. I don't understand that. Can you just elaborate a little bit more? If anything is down, then place one of the new block. Place production block. Wait for next signal. Yeah. In a way, my combinators versus physical demo, there's a way to show us how incomprehensible the combinator goo will be to inspect. Yes, Jeff, and I really like... I just got afraid by crossing the tracks, but I don't think I need to worry about that. I really like this idea. Like, I really like this idea because it is physical, it's tangible, and having sort of goes down the list and whoop, gets picked up by something. And I guess you could also since it's now constrained by like let's see, this will now be a belt. That's it, belt that goes down here, and then each of these is an inserter that sort of grabs into this one. Then you could also make, if you want to, say that if I have done this one, then put a cooldown so that the condition for this one to be active is... That's probably a good idea, right? This one is then 2 green. One is there's a genuine need, and the other one is cooldown has expired. So you go like, okay, if I build an iron location, I'm not allowed to build an iron location for 10 minutes. Then even if I want more iron, I have to wait 10 minutes to sort of allow it to sort of pick up. And I think that's much easier to control, at least for me, by having sort of inserters, and then many of these can be active at once, and then they'll sort of flow down the list and get picked up and then go out. I like the idea of why is this actually running? Oh, because it couldn't this, I mean, what's the problem with having it run like this instead? Wouldn't that be the same thing? Slightly longer running time, yes. But there was just nothing about the extra loop. And of course, if it gets really long, then there's also going to be an actual decision time, which I don't think is a bad idea for this thing. Like it's okay that it. All right, let's turn it the other way around. If it runs on circuits, it runs so fast at 60 ticks per second that it'll finish one thing and go on to the next one and select it. No, that, and then it's like, what happened? It's also pretty easy to do a breakpoint here. There you go. That's a breakpoint. Right? Pretty cool. Or even just, there we go. That's a breakpoint. And I just wrecked something. There we go. Whereas you might want to have subroutines that are their own loops. So routing the return belt on that side is harder if you do that. That's a really cool idea. Yep, I like that, Jeff. I really like that. It is more in line with a factory that basically the token is going to be the thing that, like, this is the operation. Where are we? Well, this one is either in a box or it's on a belt, and then it flows further into it, and then it flows. It's a cool idea. It's not a grey goo, it's a glider. We can call it a glider. It's still working. It's still working. But I mean, we're testing it to see if it works. And of course, I'm sure that it's going to continue to work. But it's cool, right? So you have sequences of chests for strictly ordered steps, or you can have belts for subroutines and a condition to leave the subroutine. Yes, that's let's go over here. Like a main process here. Let's take some of this out. It then goes in to, I don't know, would be like, I doubt it'll be something like this, but just the idea of it and then it'll run out here until... probably wouldn't be the case. It would probably be more the case that it would flow in here. Then that being in here would be the trigger to operate something. And then once the operation is completed, then it gives a signal. Let's think. This one is the start signal of, I don't know, some kind of routine that does something. Build stuff. I'm also thinking about this from a clarity. So you can see it in here, and then once it's done with that operation, then it'll send a command back to that one to go. It's very simplified, right? To go, yep, go to another one, and that could sort of initiate another subroutine that has to be executed in here, which would then be potentially sending it back out there and saying like, okay, now we're done. Build more stuff. The question would then be whether I would want the city block to be like a master loop. Like first you build a city block, and then you go into the next loop where you just run around until you find out what you want to do. And then it's going to be basically, these loops should be treated as sort of indents in code. Like, okay, we indent one and then we go into another little loop here. The more physical we can make it, the better. Could put it into a subroutine looping belt that has a condition for going back to mainland. Yeah, but I don't think that there's... The only point of having 3 here is because you want to do 3 things, and either of them depending on condition. But you can also do more of them. For example, this could be like, oh, we're short on iron, we're short on copper, we're short of steel, for example. Then that could be put in here, but you'd still need a city block for each one. So I'd rather just go into one and say, okay, well, we've identified that we need a iron, then go out. And when I've then built my iron location, I can't go up and build a copper location because I'm going to need to go all the way back to the top loop to build another city block and then find my way in again. I do also like the idea of having like a subroutine that says smelting something or power or something like that. Sequence of boxes, and so it is for end condition and text to, yes, or task to complete, yes. But if you have task to complete, the thing is like, this looks cool, but the case for this compared to just is that this is much more likely to place, and this is a very hypothetical scenario as far as I can tell, that where you go like, well, we don't know which one it is, but you have to do one of these and only one. Will it check if you need things in the same way as megabase? That's another constraint. We first we will just say, do we need them something, and then if yes, go. Later on we'll probably refine how to do it, right? Some type of cooldown for new block. Yes, that is. That's basically when the new block goes here. For example, add new city block, execute, and then it'll be like here. Are robots idle? And if they are, then go back out to the loop. Or continue inwards to the next loop. The best is we could do X, Y, or Z, but then X means we have to do A, B, and C. What? Is it possible to switch trains to automatic mode by blueprint? That's a good point. No, I don't think so. We'll need a mod for that. Yeah, we'll definitely need a mod for that. And there will always be these kind of things like... Yeah. We'll... Once you build that one, yes. Now I'm gonna be turning it off. That's pretty good. I'd say this is working. If you need to break the loop, you can have a belt going up and long inserters to send it back up. Otherwise, it will do everything on main loop. Also okay, yeah. But a cooldown for amount of time for new items will be crafted. Yeah, at this point, I'm not going to be... I'm just going to use infinite items. You know, there's a lot of things that we have to do constraints for. And power, mining, actually producing stuff. Those are things that at this point, I'm just going to be like whooshing away with infinite mod. But once we have like basic iron, copper, green, red, blue, stone, plastic, you know, all the basic materials done, and we can identify to build one, then it would also be natural to have a block that is basically taking care of the production, right? Do robots build automatic trains? Do robots? I don't know, do they? Cool. Yeah. Otherwise, it'll be too many things, and we won't have anything to show for a long time. So I want to do this, and then we'll afterwards come back and go like, that's actually going to be difficult to incorporate. But that's going to be the next little challenge at some point. This is also why I'm starting with, okay, can we do this so we have the infrastructure in place? It makes trains placed by robots switch to automatic mode as soon as they have completely built. And that's all the mod does. That is brilliant. That's the kind of mod we need. Let's just go. Let's add it immediately because otherwise I forget. Do robots build automatic trains? 1 year ago. Done. Thank you. Perfect. Is your right hand turn only? Yes, right hand and straight ahead. I don't know if it works. We'll see. Regimentizing. I don't know. No. Or can you program it to automatically place mines on resources? You can do a... I think that part of this one is there is a scanning mode as well that can reveal some scanning thing. And if that's the case, for example, let's say there's some copper in here, then we can make a blueprint that basically makes a train station and some like pastes, belts, and miners, because miners can only be placed. So if you have a blueprint with miners and belts and you stamp it down, then only the miners that are on ore will be stamped down. And then you sort of drag it in, put it on a train, done. Something like that. So that's gonna be another full challenge thing. I like this, but how the hell are we gonna do this? I think also code-wise, we are gonna be ending up like 5 blocks of code here. I really like the idea of having things on a belt. Didn't someone at some point make a, or maybe if someone wants to make it, this coin, I like that. But you know what I would like even better than this coin? If it was a Nilaus coin. And I do think we had that at some point, like a little Nilaus coin in game. Didn't we have some kind of mod with a currency on? I feel like we did. Or was it Angel's mod that added? I would also imagine at least that replacing this with a my coin would make a lot of sense. Well, actually, of course. The Factorio building had a float. Oh yeah, that was super cool. Yeah, so let's start the idea of having... It's always a problem with these things. Like, you start building something and then go like, I don't want to throw it away, but it's clearly not going to be useful, but just for reference. I'm thinking I'm getting a little too in love with the idea of belts. And I don't think it's as good of an idea as I think it is. I mean, I love the concept of it, but I'm not sure it's as good of an idea as I think. I think this was what you mentioned. Or was it mentioned with the, was it Tegovaru? About the idea of sort of your long-handed inserters. Use modded belts for the main loop if it gets too long. No, I'm not. That doesn't matter. Then it's the wrong solution I have. I will never be able to go from this to this. Damn. Okay, so but the thing is, like, the main loop is... Or maybe it isn't. So the main loop goes in here. This will be... Create city block. Yes. So it goes in and then it goes out. And that means, let's say something else down here. It's obviously not going to be this close. But that is not allowed to output. If this outputs here, then it goes to the next function. But that might not be what I want. I might want to get it to sort of... So this represents... It's kind of funny. This one represents... I don't know if it actually can pick up from the corner here. Probably not. Yeah, that one it definitely can. Yeah. Okay, so this here represents, yes, you have built it. It's good. It's correct. And now go back and build another city block. While this one represents... we didn't do this, and continue and build more stuff. It's a bit weird, and it may be also hypothetical, because why would it, if if it goes in here, then it's because it wants to build stuff, and if it's not building stuff, then it should never have been enabled on the pickup side. Yeah, so that's no good. Like, I really love the belts. I really love the belts. Damn it. Oh, I love the idea of just having it like, ooh, what am I gonna do now? What am I gonna? Oh, okay, I need to go back. Okay, like, I love that idea, but it just doesn't make as much sense as when you think about from a coding perspective thing, right? But it is sort of more in line with a factory game that you actually have conveyor belts controlling the flow of what's gonna happen. Isn't that why you want the city block to be part of the case? Conveyor punk brutalism. Well, that's the thing. Want the city block to be part of the case, i.e. if token is in copper, it creates a city block, then... Okay, yeah. The thing is, I can't really figure out how to do that. Maybe I can. Because I'm obviously only going to have one of these. And then I need to have an ability for all functions, which I might have 30 different functions, to be able to go on a single belt or a single wire and get back and trigger this one. Beep. And once that triggers, which is not really a big deal. I think that should be possible. That would be kind of the condition for going in here would be, do you need more iron? Let's call this iron smelting. There we go. That's like very basic. Iron smelting, yes. Okay, so the first thing that happens when we go in here, boop, when it picks up, I will be... these blinking things are annoying, aren't they? First thing we do is this part. You're going to be read hand, and that will get a... Where's that coin thing? Damn, where's that coin? You chose something that doesn't have an icon. That's probably not great. Fire. Whatever, right? But that's... yeah, that should be the coin. Whatever. When that one is 1, then that's gonna trigger a message. That's gonna trigger build a city block. Build a city block. Is to call the city block subroutine, yes. But then it's not really... then we're not really doing this idea anyway. I'm just not seeing that there's any way that I would ever be going into a routine and then saying move on to the next one. If the first one is not create city block, but that would be, I don't know, power. So you build the power, and once you build the power, then you just proceed. And it goes in, then it builds iron smelting, then it goes on to the next one, builds copper smelting. They could also be more generic, and this one would just be like, hey, we have a subroutine here called smelting. That's gonna include all the smelting stuff, and then it would be more likely that we would be using that Jeff has built idea, right? Where each of these would represent copper or... I can't see what these are, but you know. Something like this. So there's stone bricks. There. Right? Those are the smelting things. When you think you'll when do you think you'll do it again? Maybe people can mock up proof of concept. Yeah, next Sunday. This will be a Sunday event. Another way you can do it is to have 2 loops. Build a city block and put something in it. Yeah, that's also kind of... Yeah. And sort of... I'm not sure I think this is worthwhile, but it could be something like this, that it... there, right? So it goes in here, and then that won't even be... Then it will be this part here that triggers the city block creation. That's not good. Nope. It can't be like this. Because city blocks could take 5 minutes to build. So it's important that I do not proceed until the city block is built. That's why it must be its own separate build that does not release the token until the further flow. So it has to be a separate one that says, all right, first thing I'm going to do is build a city block. Yes, that's the first loop. From there, it goes into saying, what do you build in the city block? That's kind of my initial one. And then that will go like, should it be power? Nah, that's fine. Should it be any kind of smelting? Yeah, let's do that. And then it can sort of run around in here. But then that's still not a good idea, this part. Because I will only ever be allowed to do one of them. So what's the point of having it flow? I guess it kind of just flows around while the whole thing is building. So while the first blueprint, yeah, so then the blueprints are stamped down, and then maybe we'll end up figuring out that there needs 3 blueprints for each thing. That gets stamped down, that gets moved, and you know, and then wait for drones to be idle, and once the drones are idle, then we go back on the loop. I like the idea of just having it idling, not in a box, but on a belt. It makes no sense. What stops you from making multiple tokens in this design? It's not gonna work. It's gonna break. A million different ways it's gonna break. Complex control in Twitch chat news. Yeah, it very much is. Is there a way to get the number of outstanding build? Yes, there is. There's here you can wire up here, and then you can go for read statistics, and then you can say available construction bots, and compare that to total construction bots. So if they are the same, that means they are all idle. So it's a pretty good way of just checking, is the build completed? Is only a proxy if you assume materials are always available for the build, which we will. Yes. Edge case. But it's a good point. The city block subroutine would not exist until a block is built, whether it's an individual type of block or a front. Yes. Why build empty blocks? Because the whole because the base is about expanding, and you will always need something. And if you don't need something, then it will cycle in the subroutine of what to build, what to build, what to build, what to build. Oh, now it wants power. Okay, let me build power. Or now it wants copper. But then it already built the next city block, and that's just ready and waiting, and all the bots are idle and ready to go, so that when you need some iron or copper or steel or plastic or green circuits or whatever, then it gets picked up, gets executed immediately without sort of first having to wait 5 minutes for the city block to be built. So I think it's a good idea to always sort of build a city block, have it idle, and then ask, what do we want to put in it? And when, even if there's no demand, then it'll just be idling this loop of just figuring out what to build. And when it then figures out there's nothing to build, then go back. Yeah. So yeah, so we're front loading the time it takes to build the city blocks, so that when the demand arises for a city block, for a particular block, then it's only stamping down the train stations, the construction parts, and then wait for the trains to find their way in. That's pretty cool. Can you keep track of how many empty city blocks available to always have a buffer? I will only have one. I'll build one block, then I'll wait until I have something to put in it, then I'll be putting something in it, and then I'll be building the next city block, and then I'll be figuring out what to build in it. And that'll be the loop. Build a city block, put something in it, build a city block, put something in it. And then that's going to be the loop. What if you have resource shortage? I won't have that in the beginning, but that will always be something like mining stuff or something like that. I don't exactly know how that's going to be built, but right now we don't have any resources on this map, but that's okay. But when we get to a point where we actually do that, then it'll basically, I would imagine that build a city block, then the first thing we do is scan to see if there are resources in there. If there are resources in there, then pick those up. And that's going to be like, okay, so if this city block has iron in it, well, that's going to be an iron mining city block. Build some iron mining, put it into a train, move on to the next city block. You can make an empty block every time when something is built in an actual one. That's exactly the point. It'll go build a city block, put something in it. Build a city block, put something in it. And then to put something in it, we'll have to make like a prioritized. First is power. Second is mining, but we don't have that yet. Second will be smelting, and then green circuits, red circuits, building up according to what is usually the stuff you're missing. But definitely too late for us to come up with new brilliant ideas. I think we have some good workspace here, and some good ideas. I'm really happy and a little bit surprised at how well this works. Extra trailing space, that is absolutely brilliant, this one. And I love the idea of having a token to run around in the base. So what's going to happen now? I'm going to go to bed. But that's probably not going to be on stream. Then we'll be continuing this next Sunday. So make sure that you block your Sundays for automatic factory expansion building. In the meantime, if you have some good ideas, you're very welcome to share them on Discord. Bad ideas are also welcome, but mainly good ideas. And then we'll try to sort of look through them and see what we can be inspired with. And then next time we'll be starting working on sort of this main decision loop, and then figuring out how we can sort of, because when we then decide, yes, it's going to be copper smelting, then we have to figure out, okay, what are the blueprints we have to prepare, and how do we make sure that they get placed the right place to actually go in. So how starting ore patches was not included. Oh, it is. It was right. Where was it? Anyway, it was somewhere. I landfilled it. There, that part. That was landfilled. Cool. Yes, and also there's more Factorio. There's tons of, suddenly lots and lots of lots and lots of Factorio videos, and more of the mission. Released today, episode 2 out of 3. Episode 3 is available to patrons. Thank you very much to all of the patrons. The schedule has not been updated, but Monday we will continue on our Icarus endeavor, see if we can rescue that miserable run. And sorry, Tuesday will be Terra Nil, new game coming out, a new factory builder, and then I'll be covering that for a while, as long as that's interesting. So, why do you need to wait for block to be built before putting blueprint in it? True, but yes. Ask 4 times. Yeah, but I ignored you 4 times, so it all adds up. Did you cancel InfoSpace on YouTube? Yes, I did. I didn't really like the mechanics, and no one was watching it. That's not fair, but it was taking longer and longer to record the next episode. I did record half of it, and I was like, oh man, the next one was just like 5,000 views, and I was like, I didn't really, yeah. Oh right, yeah. So yeah, I it wasn't that interesting, but I would recommend if you're interested in InfoSpace, then JD has done a massive coverage of it, and so check that out. Terra Nil, I hope that it's going to be good, and we'll be checking it out this week with some Let's Try here on Twitch and also something on YouTube as well. Now, I'm going to bid you all good night. Thank you very much for your generosity with the hype train. Very nice to see so many people joining, and also here at 1 a.m. On a Sunday evening, still a lot of people awake. I am barely awake. So, good night, everyone. Take care. I'll see you guys next time. And thank you very much for the help. Super fun to do this kind of design. Good night.